Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Tuesday, October the 25th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses. Thank you, William. A couple of yeses. Good. So you guys can hear me and you can see my screen. Yeah, a little technical difficulty getting the YouTube up and running, but I think we're good to go there now, too. All right, guys. Well, on a personal note, I got insanely lucky on something. Ampex, AMPX. I decided to take this one. I don't normally do this. You know me. I don't normally do this. I was going to wait for a 1254 break. Right about here, though, I decided, this was, I think, the 330 to 415 candle of 345 candle, just as I was shutting the room down. Decided to take this. I thought, you know what? It's got a good look about it. So I ended up taking this at about 1230 and it dropped. Now I had a stop down, around 11. Okay, so because I was looking for a much bigger gain, so it wasn't going to kill me. Woke up this morning and I was doing okay. It was still underneath where I had bought it, and then look at this giant candle at 8:30. Was it? Yeah, the 8:30 candle. I was scrambling to get out some at around the 1270 mark, and well, you know what happened? It ran so quickly that I got out in the 1290s. Unbelievable. Now I don't know what's going to happen later on, but sometimes when I see these topping tails, I think, was there really any trading there? Well, I can attest to the fact that there was some trading there. Anyway, that's on a personal note, so not a bad start for me, or better than it could have been, I guess. So what else is happening? Yeah, we've got some earnings plays starting to creep in now. As Real was pointing out, we've got Cliff CLF is an earnings play, and Xerox is an earnings play. XRX is an earnings play, all gapping down. And GLW, another earnings play, gapping down. And I think I had one up. Yeah, Logi, LOGI, Logitech is an earnings play, but on the way up. So there's Logitech on the way up on earning. That's a pretty good gap too. And we got the Weber News, WEBR. Over jumps after BDT Capital is 625 for 15%. It was at 15% of the company. Oh, no, that's some other company. That's TSHA. Okay, so offer to buy. So this is a potential buyout at 320 at 625. Stock is popping higher than that right now, and that is Weber. MOB. Okay, got some kind of an order from the Israeli Ministry of Defense, selected by the Israeli Minister of Defense for their drone fleet. Okay, so that is MOB. And TSHA, this is the one I was thinking about. TSHA, Stellus Pharma invests $50 million for 15% of the company. I think that's what it says. There we go. Yeah, invest a total of 50 million to acquire 15% of the company. Okay, so that is the deal on TSHA. Yeah, the editing your liked symbol list, Ron. This is what I do. I know it seems a bit insane, but this is what I do, because typically for me to get, I'm talking to somebody who is wanting to edit their my like. Typically for me to get rid of something is I have to see the chart. I have to figure out, okay, you're in my like, do I still want you? But and the only reason I'm going to know is if I check out the chart. Okay, that's the only reason that I'll get rid of a stock or add a stock. So when I click, so here, here's some of my likes. So I click on NTNX. Okay, I look at NTNX. I go, yeah, I'll keep this. Never know, it might pop up. But what if NTNX was down here? I would just unheart it. So my exercise for editing my like symbol list is literally going through the charts, because how else do I know whether I want to keep it or not? So it's a matter of unchecking the heart. I know if you want to do it en masse, yeah, it's not like an ordinary symbol list. Yeah, but again, if you think about it, Ron, the reason why you clicked on the heart was because there was something about the chart you liked, or something about it you liked. So, to my way of thinking is that you want to see the chart again before you decide, nah, I don't like it anymore. If you're just going to do a mass delete, then what, that to me, I understand what you're saying, but to me, that doesn't make a lot of sense, because the my like should be symbols that you really like. And if you don't like them anymore, then you should uncheck them. I don't know if we call it a fail-safe necessarily. I mean, I suppose there are people say, you know what, I don't care whatever I like before, I don't care when I get rid of them all. I do get that, but that's not how I use it anyway. Because I want to see the chart before I decide to if I want to keep liking it or not. For me, my exercise, I mean, I typically do it sometimes after hours, certainly on the weekend though. Every weekend I'll go through my like list and just check, okay, why do you like this? You still like it? Nope. Okay, get rid of it. It's a good exercise, I think, to go through. Okay, so what is MEDP? So we're starting to see some more earnings plays, guys. In my pre-actives up and down, you can see I've got an earnings day column. So when I see minus 0.25, for instance, that means they released earnings after hours yesterday. So let's take a look at MEDP. Excuse me. You can see that mauve area right there. You can see that's exactly, they released earnings probably right at 4:15 or so. And so that is the mauve area. There's the pop, and the gap is being maintained in the pre-market. So that's minus 0.25 as opposed to 0.25. So for instance, excuse me, well, here's Xerox and Cliff as an example. They're 0.25s. What does that mean? It means they released before the market opened today. Okay, pre-market. So we've got the mauve area after hours yesterday, and then the pre-market is here. So that is our designation. Those are our designations: 0.25 pre-market, minus 0.25 after hours yesterday. Those are the earnings plays to keep track of. And we'll start to see a lot more. Here's that GLW. Now 50 is very rare. In fact, yeah, I mean 50 is very rare. That usually, but obviously they did release pre-market. 50 typically would mean they're releasing during market hours. It's very rare to see that, but obviously they did not. They released before the market opened. I'm just looking at HSBC. And if you're looking for earnings after hours today, it would be designated as 0.75. Another earnings play, XM. XM. Got a bad little pop here, 8%, 93 million in the float. So XM is also an earnings play. So guys, you're going to see a little bit of a difference in my layout. Well, you guys may not really see it, but I've got rid of all my docking. I have this docking here. I'm going to exit out once the market opens. Docking, I've got so much going on with my computer. I'm streaming on the StreamYard. Of course, I'm doing this. I've got my brokerage platform. I've got a couple of, other feeds that anyway, the bottom line is that my computer is just getting so overloaded and it sounds like it's going to take off at times with the fan. So it was suggested that I see what happens if the docking does take out more resources. So I've decided to undock everything. Once the market opens, I'll just close this one down. So, I mean, it doesn't, I mean, it's really no different. Docking is nice. Yeah, it's kind of a nice way to organize things, but it's not, you don't have to do it. But I just want to see if that improves the performance. Well, it was fine though for a long time, Roger. Anyway, we'll see. The other thing, with StreamYards, I've been streaming like to four different streams. Not just, I've been going to Facebook and Twitter and Twitch and of course YouTube and all that. So I think there's just a lot going on. All right. Is it 9:13 already? So let me do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we've got this morning from briefing.com. All right. Well, the analysts are taking some time off, obviously. Hardly any upgrades, hardly any downgrades. Just give me one moment, please. Yeah, hardly any upgrades, hardly any downgrades. So let's get the upgrades in first. This is from briefing.com. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Netflix, upgrade for Netflix. Who's doing that? Daiwa. Will make Andy happy. I think he's swinging Netflix. He took it just before their earnings. Andy, trade ideas. Logie on the way, guys. I'm hearing it. Must be making a new high, pre-market high. All right, there you go. There you have it. Very few upgrades, very few downgrades. Okay, let me get them into the YouTube room. Okay, David. So yeah, well, first of all, welcome. Yeah, it happens when I post something in the alert section. So I just posted the upgrades and downgrades. That's all. Doesn't happen all day. Okay, anything else sneaking in here? Now you'll notice, so what you're seeing here, these are some in the simulator. Took these trades yesterday, kept them overnight. Wanted to show you that you can use the simulator for swing trading. So I kept these overnight, the NVAX and the V-Ray. Okay, so that's what's happening with this right now. All right, what time is it now? 9:17. So let me do a quick look to see what's happening with the indexes or the major ETFs, major sectors. Markets in for a basically neutral right now. Not up big, not down big. So I'm going to click on New, then Dock Channel Bar, and then click on Show More and get to the sector status and see what's happening with the major sectors. All right. So again, if you're new to what you're seeing here, so these are the major sectors. So this is the XLE is the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. Now, when you see 80% in red, what that means is that 80% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. Okay, that's what that 90, that's what that 80%. Usually it's 100% either way, but in other words, 100% green or 100% red. But anyway, at this point, it's 80%. And so when you start looking at the other sectors, there's really no strong, well, utilities, yeah, I usually discount them. There's usually people take a look at these ones. They're looking for dividend stocks, etc. But so I usually discount this one, but there's really not like what I would call a super strong sector to start. Tech is at 67%, but nothing is super strong right now. And as I say, the market is basically flat. And I have a flat open unless something happens in the next 12 minutes. When you say a slow refresh, what do you mean by that, Zen, exactly? A slow refresh. What are you trying to refresh? So I don't refresh anything, so I'm trying to figure out what you mean by that. Did you ask me that? Somebody asked me that last week. I don't know. I chosen mine, so I don't know. I guess you're going to have to. When I click on account, it tells me exactly. Yeah, I don't know. You're going to have to ask. I look at my account and it tells me when my account expires. So why that's not happening for you, I don't know, IG. So you'll have to go to support and they'll look at your account, but you might ask the question, where do I find that? It does not show for you guys, really? Okay. Well, there you go. Maybe that's in an upcoming build. Okay. And by the way, guys, I was wrong again. No, seriously, I was wrong. I really thought that that promo code would disappear last night at 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. So don't tell anybody, okay? But it still appears to be live for the 30%. I know the email that goes out, it said Sunday night, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. A lot of times it is extended one day, and that was yesterday. I'm very surprised that it's still active today. Let me make sure because I know what's today, Tuesday. I mean, I know that we're going to have another promo code, but it'll be for 25% off. So let me make sure that they haven't deleted it this morning. So there's the promo code, early drive 30 for 30% off. So I'm going to click on get trade ideas. I'm going to do it again to see if it still is in effect. Or did somebody realize, hey, I shouldn't be live anymore? Early drive 30. Let's see if it still works. Yep. Well, I'm really surprised. Really, really, really surprised. So anyway, so there it is. You still can get 30% off. What about MULN? Somebody's asking in our YouTube room. What about MULN? That's Muln. Yeah, it's just I just don't look at stocks under 60 cents, but obviously it's had a nice run after hours yesterday from 40 cents, got up to 64 cents. To me, it looks like there could be some resistance right around that 70-cent level. But I'm just not a sub $1. I have no feel for them. What did it get up to? Got up to 65 cents this morning. I don't see any no specific news on them. General Motors has earnings. Okay. GM. Yeah, the reason it's not showing up for me, it's only up 2.8%. I think my min is 3%. So it was maybe up here, it was 3%. I guess it would have been. How's Ford doing? Is Ford piggybacking somewhat? I know it's not an earnings play, but it is no, it's on the 28th. So that's next week. Actually, it's not next week. Is that a 6 or an 8? I can't tell. Because yeah, I just can't tell if that's October 26th or it must be the 26th because very rarely do companies, especially at Ford, would not release after the market closes on Friday. So that must be tomorrow after the market, and that will be for Ford. MEDP, yeah, that was an earnings play. Also, more expensive one. Covered that one. The big pop was after hours. It released after hours. There's that big pop for MEDP in that mauve area, holding. But you are probably itching to short this thing. Look at that. Wow, that's a well, here's the deal, guys. I mean, this is an insanely low float for a stock that's $200, 23. So you've got to be, if you're going to do anything with this, just be really careful. It'd be very, very volatile with that amount of shares in the float and that price. Right now, the spread is $2. Well, it's 201, 203.60. And again, this blue box that you see is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with Trade Ideas. Actually, IG, I just asked a question just to see if there's a simple way to find out when your subscription is over, see if they answer me. I'm surprised it's not here. I don't know why it wouldn't be in this account. How many in the float here? 23 million in the float for TSHA. So pretty decent news for this company, of course. $50 million being invested in them for 15% of the company. And that is Stellus. Let me just, I guess they're not a public company or they don't trade on a US exchange. I don't know where they're out of. Stellus. All right, guys, just checking to see if there's anything showing up. AJRD, I know some of you guys were talking about AJRD. Yeah, that had a big pop. Not an earnings play. Reports it's soliciting acquisition offers. Okay. 1 minute. Thank you, William. Yes, 1 minute to the open. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually X this out, not just minimize it. Trying to see if that helps the resources. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I like to see things settle down just a little bit. If I were new to trading, I wouldn't trade in the first 30 minutes. Now, the one that we were watching yesterday, PCVX or the big drop, never really happened. Like the big drop. So this is still hanging in here. This had the big news yesterday, but it's phase one, phase two data, and it popped up like a huge amount because the day before on Friday it had closed at 2052 and it got all the way up to 3036 and maybe even more in the pre-market. Let's take a look. Yeah, I got up to actually 38 something in the pre-market. All right, guys, market's opened. I'm gonna let my races start. And I'm listening to my computer and it's very noisy right now. Okay, guys, so what is happening early? I'm not hearing, okay, the PDD, this of course was one of the China stocks that got thumped yesterday, but then the China stocks had a nice rally. You can see that big bottoming tail for PDD yesterday, and then they rallied. Now, let's take a look at KWEB. Sense of what's happening with the China stocks. Yeah, look at KWEB right here. So KWEB, you're going to see a lot of China stocks look exactly like KWEB, okay, with a red candle, but a big bottoming tail. That means they rallied off the bottom. And now look what's happening with a lot of the China stocks right now. So if you don't want to play individual, you don't want to try to pick an individual China stock, you can always take a look at KWEB. All right, give me a moment here, guys. I have got text of voice. Okay. So there's another China stock, guys. I mean, I don't know how long this is going to last for these China stocks, but certainly right now, this is not a China stock. This is an earnings play, XM. Again, it's early. Well, Xerox, wow. I mean, again, I just don't take them this early, but this showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown right here. You can see at 1282. 1282. I just don't take them this early. I've seen too many times where stocks, yeah, they move down and they move right back up. So, well, there we go. I mean, what did it get down to? $12. And there's the other one, CLF, 1355. So this is kind of hanging in here. I just don't like to take them this early. Yeah, I'll miss out if the stock keeps moving in the direction of the alert, but I'm prepared to live with that. Edu, another China stock, guys. Boy, look at them all. They're all going to look, not all, but virtually, I'll bet you 95% of the China stocks are going to look exactly like this. With that red candle yesterday, a big bottoming tail, closed higher or closed, rallied off the bottom, and then with a green candle today. That PCVX is still strong. PCVX is still strong. Look at this opening candle. Look at that opening candle. This is not collapsing at all. So I'm going to put an alert down here, 3284. I don't care about cannabis, but look at this CGC. So yeah, what's MJ doing? Well, it's a lifetime. Wow, you know what? I didn't realize this. I should have taken this. The only time I break my rule in the first 15 minutes, I should have looked. I didn't look. It was a lifetime low. But I neglected to see that it's actually a lifetime low right now for Xerox. Well, I think you're breaking down through 12 now, but I just can't chase it. Lifetime low, Xerox. Imagine that, Xerox. So this, again, what you're seeing here in the simulator is NVAX from yesterday. So I think what I'll do is I'll just flatten out of this trade as it's getting into this, maybe that 22 level. Okay. So again, I'll go over some of this later on, but this is a way in which you can practice swing trading. I know swing trading is not easy right now, but you can practice swing trading in our simulator. I mean, my bias is to, on these China stocks that are gone basically parabolic at the beginning, is to be looking for some kind of a top at some point, and then maybe shorting them. Okay, this is an earnings play. Didn't see it in the pre-market. The volume must have been light. The volume's not huge yet, but HLX is an earnings play. And let's see. So it's broken above that 5 level. Let's back this out a little bit to see where the next highs are. Yeah, so the next high is 533. That's pretty close. I'm not saying it's going to stop it necessarily, but that is the next high. And that was in April of this year. So that could stall it, all this, and not just there, but you can just sort of see in the daily chart, you've got, a lot of activity around, the 530 to 540 mark. Not that, you mean the logos on the charts? Not that I am aware of. I don't think there's an option. Let me just see. Are you talking about on the charts? Oh, here. These, don't know if there's an option. Let me just duplicate and let me just see if there is an option to do that. Yeah, I don't see an option that says show logos or not show logos. Doesn't appear to be, but you know what? Support at trade-ideas.com. And you can make that suggestion. Coming from the customers more powerful than coming from me, okay? You can make that suggestion. Yeah, I can see that, logos or no logos. So guys, I just want to, I'm just talking with our support people. So I just want an absolute, so Pepe, you said that when you guys, depending, even if you're on the build version or the pro version or production version versus or the beta, when you guys click an account, you don't see when your account expires. You don't have that little, again, I'm always on a development version. So that is correct. Okay, so thank you. Give me a moment, guys. All right. There are BEKE. I'm sure it's going to look exactly, look at this. Amazing, isn't it? Look at all these China stocks doing exactly the same thing to start the day. Does anyone know the ticker to short the Kanye news? I have no idea. I don't even know what the Kanye news is. I mean, anyway, it's not Kanye anymore. It's Ye. Or Yi. I don't know how he pronounces it. CYTO. What is CYTO doing? So up, down. So again, guys, what you're seeing here, I'll go over the races in about half an hour. Let you know what's happening. Well, something's happening, I guess, with the cannabis stocks. I mean, here's Tilray. Something is happening. I saw CGC earlier. Here's Tilray. I just don't trust them at all that they're going to have any sort of continuation. But this is some news about Canopy CGC to accelerate entry into U.S. cannabis market. Yeah, there's that WMG from yesterday. So it had the big pop yesterday. I know a lot of you guys were trying to short it. So I had a price alert. What's the volume like? The volume's not good. 96,000 right now. But I had a price alert set if it took out that high there. But again, the volume is not great right now. So I'll have to discount it. All right, double verified. DV is on the move here. Look at the SPY. So the SPY, remember, the SPY was just basically neutral to begin with. So actually, we got a little disconnect going. Yesterday, the disconnect was the growth versus value stocks. But look at the so-called growth stocks. The NAS is up. Dow is up a little bit. So there's yesterday it was the reverse. Dow was up a lot. NAS was up, but nowhere near the same amount as on a percentage basis as was the Dow. Anyway, DV, what's the deal with this one? So I mean, there's no news that I can see other than they're saying we'll release news or our earnings on the 8th, but that's not really news. But there's a pop here for DV for sure. So excuse me, MVST has some room. If you look left on the daily chart, see 260. 260 are the next highs looking left, so it has a little bit of room on a percentage basis. It wants to keep, if it wants to keep moving. I don't think there's any specific news on it. And I think that the trade of the week actually is not doing too badly. When I looked this morning, yeah, so the trade of the week is doing okay, guys. I know it came out late yesterday in the email, but it hadn't really moved. So, and also I posted it in the room. What was the entry? Was it 755? Was that the suggested entry for WTI? So it's doing not badly. CLF, my type of play. Yeah, so 1355. So I got the alert on the 10-day daily breakdown at 1355. So it's still kind of hanging in that area. Now, the only thing I see real is maybe some support around 13. I wish that weren't there. I know it's an earnings play, so well, that's nice. Thanks for Steve. He's the originator of the trades of the week. So you're right. I see that. $9. Let me just, Steve probably doesn't know this, so I'll make them happy this morning. Well, this is a nice run in the SPY, guys. And I see the AI has an early alert for this CALX earnings play. We're going to see a lot more, I think, activity in the AI as we get more and more into this earnings season. So this was an earnings play, 66.95 on the alert, and it got up to 70.82. Outside of the price range, I like to trade the AI, but I mentioned that DV before. It's also an AI alert. 3126, 3186 now. Not an earnings play, but yeah, I just don't know what the news is. I mean, news saying we're going to release earnings on the 8th when everybody knows that anyway. Not sure why that's necessary. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Guys, I'm so fortunate on the Ampex. Oh, really, really fortunate. Selling all the way up here. Unbelievable. One for the good guys. All right, so this one just got halted, guys, at well 9:49. It got halted at 9:49 AMV, and I don't really remember this one. I mean, I should because it went crazy one day. Sort of do remember it. So, guys, this is one of those ones where traders will be looking. I don't think there's any specific news on it. I mean, look where it could open. 17. It's halted at 15. This is Interactive Brokers, guys. Okay, this blue box you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. If you don't have IB, your broker will have something like this. So this is giving us a bit of a clue where it might open. You can see how the price changes. And if it's a 5-minute halt, it should have opened. So it's going to be at least it's probably going to be a 10-minute halt. Is what I'm talking about. Usually they're 5 minutes, so that should have opened at. Oh, there's Hootie now. Oh my gosh, Hootie's going crazy now also. Be very careful. Another China stock, low float. Look what it did a few days ago. 2 days ago, got up to that was a late day craziness. That Hootie went from 30 all the way up to 67, but extremely volatile. Okay, you can't even trade it. I mean, look at the bid ask. 28.14, 30.99. They're, I mean, it's again, that spread won't matter if it goes to 40 or 50, of course, but we don't know what it's going to do. Even AMC is having a little pop here, guys. But what is it doing when it comes into next high is 680, and then the $7 level? A lot of volume coming in. And okay, there's the ape. Okay, making me look at GME just for fun, probably doing something similar. Yeah, so the meme stocks. Now Weber was a meme stock, okay, but this is definitely news today for Weber, but Weber was a meme stock at one point. Well, this one now, I mean, KULR had it's had actually a great 3 days. So yesterday it broke through the 200-day moving average, just over 2 now. Back it out to see where some next highs are. Yeah, it looks like, just between here and 220, there looks like there's pretty decent resistance. for the KULR. And obviously you can break out through there, then you've got this, well, even then, I'm sorry, that was the area I was looking at. Yeah, I just struggle to take something like this when I see so much, what I think anyway is resistance not that far away. Yeah, definitely. The AI is having a nice early day. Some early alerts. Double alert for CALX. If you're wondering how that can happen, it's just two different strategies, that happen to trigger CALX. Wow. Now look at Nordstrom's, guys. I mean, look at JWN. I mean, look at the potential gap here. I mean, there's the 200-day, 2284. The next high looking left is way up here at 2433. So if you believe that some of these retailers are going to start coming back, I mean, Nordstrom, that's a great breakout so far. Let's take a look at Macy's to see if Macy's is doing something similar. My guess is yes, it's doing something similar, but there's a huge difference between Macy's and JWN on this daily chart. Huge difference because look at JWN. I mean, it's taken all this out, and then when you look left, look at the room it's got. The 200-day is up above it around 23, but wow. There's the retail ETF, Green Day, but JWN, I mean, it looks, I mean, if you're into swinging, this is not, I'm not, it's not investment advice, but, you want to see something, to me anyway, you want to see something that looks like this so you can has all sorts of room before it hits any sort of chart resistance. And it doesn't mean it's going to keep going, but reminds me a little bit like what Netflix did, a little bit. Yeah, you see, getting rid of all this and then looking left, and it's got the big gap. I mean, Netflix had a lot more to get through, but all right, you sober watchers, I know a lot of you are watching it, and yeah, I mean, it's yesterday. You know what? Yesterday was the first day that it kind of closed near the high. 396 was the high, and it closed at 392. So that was the first day. So this will, get rid of the volatility a little bit. The next high looking left is 504. Lulu, Lululemon, when do they have earnings? Well, it's a retailer, so they have earnings not until December. But yeah, I mean, look at the retailers. A lot of the retailers are looking like this on the 15-minute chart. Well, we were in Nordstrom's on Saturday, packed, absolutely packed in Vancouver. Well, if somebody forced me to swing something, I'd be looking at Nordstrom's because, you put I mean, this is just a great breakout. And with all the room, I mean, again, I'm not telling anybody to do this, okay? But no matter where you're going to put your stop, I'd probably put a stop at about 1937, maybe the low of this little area here. So let's do some calculation. If you did that, 2076, the stop at 1933. So you got a $1.40, approximately $1.40 stop. So you have to have a reasonable expectation to make 280, a 1 for 2. So with that in mind, you see, to be honest, it's probably not the greatest risk reward. The reason being is that, I mean, if you put your stop down here, say the low of those candles right there, which is around, say, 1930. So you're risking a dollar. If you took the trade right now, you're risking $1.40. Now, some might say, well, that's too low of a stop. You want to put it here. I mean, that's fine. But all I'm saying is if you looked at this chart and you thought, okay, maybe the low of these two candles right there, so that's $1.40 away approximately. It means you've got to have a reasonable expectation of making $2.80, 1 for 2. Problem is that means it has to get up to 23.50. Look where the 200-day moving average is. Okay, right around 23. So if you would put your stop here, then to me, it's not worth the risk. How can I explain Pack B? Pack B. Well, hey, I mean, this has got some room, I think. I don't know if there's any news on it. They have earnings on the 2nd. I had a great day on Thursday. I'm sorry, Friday. Rested yesterday, still over the 200-day moving average. So when you look left, the next high is 870. Is that right? 848. So the next high is 848. I mean, it's a little bit of room. Now, if you get super aggressive, the next, you think it can start to fill in this area up here at 14, but that's 808. So it's right there. I'm just looking at the next highs. Yeah, the next high is 848 on the daily, and then after that, it is 925. So I mean, it's got some room, some room. You're chasing it now, though. You're better off, in my opinion, anyway. Seeing if you can base a little bit over 8, maybe pull back to 8, but see if you can sort of base here for a while. Otherwise, you're just kind of chasing it. It's not a low float. 200 million in the float. Certainly not a low float. Trading almost 1.5 times what it would be normally trading up to this point of the day. Any thoughts on TSHA? Well, again, that's the one in which this company called Astellas put 50 million into it. Well, right now it's doing nothing. I mean, it had the pop after hours. Obviously, that news was released after hours yesterday, so it popped up to 260. $50 million investment by this company called Astellas for 15% of the company. So Right now, it's not really doing much. I guess if it could maybe take out that 240. Obviously a ton of volume today because of that news. But right now, he's just kind of resting. Mm, look at that PCVX, guys. So even though this is just phase one, phase two/2, as it was presented in the press release yesterday, look at this thing go. This did not have, what's the high yesterday? 3610. So it is just at that high, and there it goes, taking out the high of yesterday. Very, very interesting. If they're smart, they're going to do a financing at some point, raise a whack of money. All right, guys, give me a moment, please. Oof, okay, guys. Just this is interesting. If you guys, like, docking is nice, and I really enjoyed it, in terms of, just being able to move things around. But I guess docking is a resource hog. Docking it must be a real resource hog because, you know, right now my computer is not going crazy with the fan going, it's not like times it was just going to take off. The other thing I've noticed though is if you've heard me complain about having to get out of the simulator because it was really delaying my chart loading, that's gone away too. So docking must be a real, obviously it's a resource hog for me anyway. Maybe it's because of all the other things I'm having to do. Number one, I had, well, I'm not an investment advisor, Danny. So sorry, you might get some ideas. I mean, I've been talking about Nordstrom, but I just don't like the risk reward depending where you put your stop. But yeah, so I got rid of my docs, Mike. I just got rid of them. I mean, it's not that big a deal to me, but no, I just took everything out of the dock. Well, this says CALX. This is interesting. I mean, this is from the AI, but look at it. I mean, it's almost at a lifetime high also. So, I mean, this could be one of those that you watch again tomorrow to see if it has continuation. It's an earnings play. See if it has continuation. Yeah, I've gone back to having everything as a separate window. Like, yeah, the way it used to be. I mean, it doesn't, again, the thing is that it really makes no difference whether you dock things or not. It was nice to be able to, but I never really had the occasion to take things and move them onto one monitor or the other. That's not how I ever used it. So all you have to do, in case you don't know, if you've got multiple monitors, and I'm not telling people not to use docking, but I mean, I guess based on all the other things I'm doing, I'm streaming to, you know, all the different platforms out there, not just here. And I think the system just got overloaded. But all you have to do, you have multiple monitors, just put all your trade ideas windows exactly where you want them on all your monitors. Put your toolbar in the upper left-hand corner of what you'll designate as your main monitor. Okay, so get everything exactly where you want them to be. And then click on Tools, and then Options, and then Layouts. And then just check that open relative to main window. You do that with docking too, but open relative to main window and save it. When you do that, when you exit trade ideas and you come back, everything will be exactly where you want them to be. Now, having said that, now I'm starting to hear the fan a little bit. I'm wondering if it's because I went through that. Yeah, that what that does is, yeah, it preserves the monitor, it preserves all of your trade ideas windows exactly where you want them on all the different monitors. You know what? I'm wondering, just by doing that, that has caused, even though I didn't do anything. Oh man, I'm sorry, guys. I'm getting away from trading or talking about. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on that. Hey Pepe, are you a month to monther or do you have an annual? The question I'm asking is because it appears that if you have an annual subscription, this will show up, but if you have a monthly, it won't. I because Bill Barstow, you may or may not have heard of, he went back to the production version just to check it, and he says when he clicks on account, as long if you have an annual subscription, it's going to show. You have an annual. Well, what's your version? So he's looking at 5.6.4. Let me just see. I don't even know what the versions are available right now. for you guys. Let me just do the download. So that's the production version. Well, I don't know what to say because Bill is showing me what he sees, and it says, when his account expires on an annual, and he's using five, and he went back to 5.6.4. I don't know what to say. I mean, all right, guys. What is what? Wow, Weber. Holy smoke! So, this 625 takeover. But this is a meme stock. I think the memers have got a hold of this right now. My opinion. But the buyout bid is at 625. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers because the temptation is to try to find a high, and because if the buyout is at 625, and this is unsolicited, non-binding or anything like that. Excuse me. So I mean, anything can happen. This is an interesting one. The Mist, we've seen that one got hammered. Well, seemingly great news on this day. If you had seen this on that day, Mist, that day meaning the 17th, it actually hit about almost 13 in the pre-market, and it just collapsed all day long. It had some, it's a bio. It seemed to have good news, but market didn't care, and it completely sold off. However, if it gets over 563 at some point, which is the high of yesterday, taking out the highs of the previous 2 days, it may start to go on a bit of a run. And there it is. Okay, well, there's Mist now at a very interesting level. MIST, what's the float is 18.9 million, so it's a fairly low float. What is a meme stock? The stocks like GME and AMC and Ape and all the ones that those Reddit guys got a hold of. You know that, Shady, don't you? That's what I just call them meme stocks. All right, guys, I want to get through this pretty quickly. Just the talking about trade ideas in general and talk about the races. And then I want to start concentrating a little bit more on looking at some of these setups. So, first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Sharing my screen live on the mic. Well, in those days, they weren't even called meme stocks. I think it's just because, people started creating all these memes about them. Okay, so I've adopted the term meme stock. We seems to be an accepted term for those sorts of stocks. All right, guys, if you click on my homepage link, again, I'm stunned to see that this is still around. So you can still get 30% off the first month only or the entire year. There's a promo code to use, Early Drive 30. You click on Get Trade Ideas. You'll see we have 4 plans: annual, monthly, premium, standard. Premium annual is 2,000 less the 30%. Standard is 1,000 less the 30%. Okay, so these of course, this 84 a month and 167 a month, that's at full. But if you take 30% off that, that's what you would be paying. The difference between premium and standard is the AI. This is what the AI kind of looks like. You get alerts, you have a stop. How you trade them will be up to you, of course. You just wait for the alerts to happen. Nothing happens in the pre-market with the AI or after hours. Earliest alert will be at 9:35. That's the earliest you'll get an alert. That's a major difference between premium and standard. You can also, of course, go on a month-to-month basis if that's what you want. 118, 228, less the 30% for the first month only. If though you decide within 30 days, say you take out a standard subscription, monthly, and within 30 days you say, you know what, I wouldn't mind taking out an annual, we will honor that 30% as long as you do it within 30 days. Okay. And that's kind of what I would do also. You don't have to jump into an annual. You got to make sure you want the product. So I'll give you another 30 days to try it out before you decide if you want to take on an annual. And listen, most of our customers are actually, I don't know that for sure. I don't know what the breakup or what the breakdown is, but we have a lot of customers just go month to month, and that's been their subscription forever. So if you do take out a subscription, let's get started. Do this first, please. Okay, it covers the download and installation, your first startup and login, toolbar and right click magic. Okay, it take you about 30 minutes. There are 10 short videos. Please do that first. I do a stock of the day video at noon. It's free, of course. You can sign up for it right here. Trade of the week. It is free. It gets sent to you. Now, yesterday we had a bit of a glitch in the email process, but typically you'll get the email about an hour before the market opens Monday morning. So it came out late, but it didn't really affect it because it really hadn't moved. The trade of the week is WTI. The suggested entry, I think, was 755. And of course, it's got the bonus today of somebody upgrading it or putting a price target of 9 something on it. So this is free. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting them, yesterday, you have to discount yesterday. That was on our end. Check your spam folder and or your promotions folder if you have Gmail. Okay, sometimes they go there. Education, lots of education is right here. Click here, education, and then the user guide. Great user guide. So here's that getting started again. So at the very least, you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and what the stock racing is all about. Okay. Of course, you can go into all the other aspects of trade ideas. We have You probably eventually want to learn how to put a sound alert on an alert window, create price alerts and things like that. But right now, alert windows, top list windows, and stock racing. Concentrate on that. Get those down before you start looking at other aspects of trade ideas. Here's that getting started series again. Daily support. So today is Tuesday. So I take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. And again, today being Tuesday, it'll be Michael Noss. Some of you might know Michael. And he is a big user of, well, he's the one who has created the Market Explorer. If you click on New Market Explorer, there are a lot of strategies in here. Okay, you can take a look at, they're all, well, if you're looking for support and resistance, as an example, all these are strategies. They are not customizable, okay? So in other words, if you don't like the price range or the volume, but he's tried to create something, he's not going to have anything that has, crazy low volume. But you can ask him questions about the Market Explorer. He's also somebody who does a lot of back testing of his own strategies. Okay, and I know he uses Brokerage Plus. So, he'll be there between 12 and 1. And between 3:30 and 4:30, when I shut down the main room, Chris Varley takes over in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30, and that's Monday to Friday. Daily webinars, we'll get back to our schedule next week. Yes, next week. Maybe not on Monday. But anyway, you can sign up for them all here. And Michael Noss, just talked about Michael. He put this video series together. If you're new to trading, it's a great free resource for you, okay? Introduction to charts and candlesticks, support and resistance, etc. And then my scans. Here are my scans that I am sharing. There are the two races that you see. This is what I use in the pre-market actives up and down, and I have some other scans that you might want to take a look at. So you save my link and you take out a subscription, it helps the room. Okay, they save my link and eventually take out a subscription, helps the room, keeps the room free. And yes, I do get a little cut out of it. So, but if you save my link, not just for that, but then you can also look at my scans anytime, because I do from time to time put new scans in, and also of course the education section. Okay. It's possible you have a filter. Maybe got a filter here. Let me just take a look at it. The question is why does mine show more? You just have CALX and DV. You have a filter. Maybe only your open positions or something else, or only long position. I'm trying to figure out strategies. You must have some kind of a filter that's. Can you check your filter? Like I've got it on none. See, if I did this, if I just showed maybe only any profitable trades, it's going to profitable trades. But if you have it on none, you should see all the alerts that came in. All right, guys, Ampex on the move again. This is the crazy, well, I don't know, crazy one, but very volatile, AMPX. So was that it? Okay, good. Oh, okay. I see you found it. I see you found it, Alex. Okay. Yeah, I used to have more time frames, but I've decided this is all I need for me personally. Okay, Moose. The question is, I used to have a 2 and a 5 and a 15, I think. Well, I had a 15. I used to have a 2 and a 5, but I found that I really don't need anything less than a 15. That's not for everybody. All right. So what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. We're not a screener. There are a lot of screeners out there. I'm going to explain the difference between a screener and a scanner, but we are a scanner. And so, excuse me, we scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. Now, I showed you that the scans that I am sharing, we have a lot of scans. If you click on new from our toolbar and then click on docked channel bar, you can click on show more, that'll show all the channels. But for instance, if I go to the momentum channel, so this is a layout. This is the momentum layout, okay? So here is an alert window called momentum. This is the scan that I'm actually sharing, okay? When you go to my home page and go to the scan section, this is the scan that I'm actually sharing. So this is what I mean, the difference in a screener and a scanner. So if I right click on this, click on configure, and then click on summary. This basically is the screener, okay? These are filters. So if a stock is between $1 and $50, current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day, 100,000 shares. This is what kind of gets this one going, the momentum. In the last minute, it's 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal, etc. Okay, so this is sort of the screener. These are the filters. If the stock meets all of these filter requirements, screening requirements, and it makes a new high for the day, this is the alert that has been chosen here. You get a real-time alert. Okay, so that's the scanning aspect of it. Is screen for these stocks first, and then if you pick this alert, and we have many different alerts, then you're going to get a real-time alert. So there's FBK. FBK as an example. Just made a new high, obviously. Okay, and you can see the volume that came in. So again, I mean, I am sharing this, but if you went to another channel and you found something that you liked, you thought you might like, then all you have to do is right click and then you duplicate it into a free floating window. Basically what that does, it takes it out of the layout. So I duplicate it into a free floating window, and here it is. Now at this point, I can save it to my cloud. I can right click, save or share to cloud, and save it. Or again, if I right click and click on configure and then summary, it may be that, I want a different price range. Maybe I don't want 1 in 50. Maybe I want 10 and 100. Maybe I want more volume, minimum volume. You of course can make changes if you do want to. So if I make a change right now, now I can change it, say to 10 and 100. Click on the summary, you see how it's changed. And say okay, and now I can change. Now I can save it to the cloud. So in other words, you can either take it as it is, or you can adjust it to your style of trading and then save it to the cloud. Now, if you make the change in here while you're in the layout, I'm going to make the change. Okay. Okay, so now I've made the change in here. Thing is though, if and obviously while I'm still in this layout, that change will remain. But if I leave this layout and go to another channel and then come back, the change is not saved. And the reason it's not saved is because the channels are for everybody. So the fact you want to make a change to something does not necessarily mean that's what everybody else wants. So that's why typically what people do is they just they start extracting scans that they might like, making the change there and then saving it to the cloud. Once you've saved what you want, from the various channels to the cloud, then you file load from cloud. And if you're doing this for the first time, you'll see them right at the top. Now highlight, load, and then do it again, file, load from cloud, highlight another one, okay? So that's how you can build a layout without actually having to know how to build any scan from scratch. Now, I do warn you, do not have so many alert windows and top list windows that you get overwhelmed by all the data that's going to come in, okay? And that's when I'm going to start talking a little bit more about the racing and why I think it's a great way for, especially for people that are new, but even if you're not new, just to get you to focus on a couple of scans and that's it. Well, let me talk about the races right here, these two races that you see. All races start from a top list window. So if I right click on this, and these are the two that I'm sharing. If I right click and I open the top list window, pop up my other monitor. So what this is looking for, I right click, configure, summary. If a stock is between $1 and $50 and the volume is at least 200,000 shares and the stock is up 2% from yesterday's close, it will be a candidate in this racing. Well, let me explain this a little bit more. So before we had the racing, the way they would use a top list window is you could rank any column you had, you could rank. In other words, you could find, for instance, if I want to see the stocks that are up the most from yesterday's close, as long as I have it as a column header, change from the close is right there. If I double left click rapidly, it will show me the stocks that are up the most from yesterday's close. So there you can see the Weber, there's the AANN, etc. Okay. I want to see the change from today's opening trade. Here it is. Want to see the ones that highest relative volume? There it is. Okay. Which is all well and good, but how are you going to use this to trade? I mean, it's great to see that AMV is up the most from the open, but what am I going to do with that? So that's where the racing comes in. You'll notice in the race, I run 4-minute races. So we have another 2.5 minutes to go before this race is over. What you see here, you'll see stocks moving up and down as the race, winds down to its conclusion. And you'll see right at the top here, the stock that moved the most when the race started. So almost 3 minutes ago, now here we go. Another meme stock, okay? Bed Bath and Beyond, another meme stock. The memes are in play today. This has moved the most, but that doesn't necessarily mean that at the end, we have another minute to go, another stock could move to the top. But that's what happens as the race, as this 4-minute race runs, stocks are jockeying for position, and eventually one stock, obviously when the race is over, will be declared the winner. That doesn't mean that you just have to wait for a stock to be declared the winner before you click on it. If you see something that's moving, click on it, see what's happening. But you can see right here though that there is a top 10 list that's automatically created for you. And that's why I'm saying I mean you don't have to use my race. You want to start using these two, that's fine. But ultimately you might want to create your own race from your own top list. In other words, maybe you want a different price range. If you get used to using trade ideas, maybe you want to add some other filters in. Okay, and I should have shown you this. When you have your top list, again, you can use mine. But when you have your top list, you just launch the real-time stock race. That's how you launch the race from your top list parameters. Okay. All that is in the guide. Okay. If you go to my education section, click on the guide. So here's my home page. You click on the education section and then you click on the guide. And then here it is, TI stock racing. We have about 4 videos that explain it. Okay. And then we have categorize the race startup, configuration, etc. Okay. So all like, you don't have to worry, oh man, I can't remember everything this guy is saying. You don't have to. You just go to the guide, go to the stock race, TI stock racing, and it's all there. So this creates automatically a watch list for you to watch all day long. So for instance, here's Sober. Sober's doing its thing again, it just very, very whippy. But you might say to yourself, well, you know what? Maybe if it gets back over 4, I want to know about it. And maybe, if it happens, I want to know about it. And maybe if it sets up the way I like, maybe I take the trade. So you can go to the chart and right click and create price alert. And you'll see it right there. If you position the dotted line exactly where you want it, then you can say save. Otherwise, you can just, obviously change it. Now I'm going to save it. So if Sober gets back up to this level, that might be an interesting level for me to maybe get into the trade. I mean, that's why you got to practice trading though. Okay. I mean, it doesn't mean obviously that if it gets back up here, you just automatically take the trade, but it might be an interesting level. Let's take a look at 8. Again, a lot of these are doing this. Now, you may have looked at this earlier and said, you know what if it pulls back to a certain level, maybe to a certain, moving average? There's the VWAP right there. So maybe if it had come down to the VWAP and that VWAP had held and maybe it bounced off it. That's why you can practice trading in our simulator. Okay. But that's why I'm saying though, this is a great watch list for you just to concentrate on certain stocks all day long. Instead of clicking like mad on all sorts of different alert windows, if you're starting out, it can get overwhelming. So this creates a watch list for you to follow all day. Some will set up better than others, but it's only 10. This one is very similar. It's just that these are large cap gainers. You'll notice that the percentages here are not usually going to be that dramatic. The reason being, in this particular race scan, I put a 500 million minimum market cap and a minimum 50 million, 50 float. So you're not going to see stocks that are quite as volatile. It's not that in this one, I actually, put a small market cap and small float. I haven't got any information like that. But if I don't put that in, then I'm going to get volatile stocks. So when you're starting out, you may want to, look at these ones just to start off. There's Beyond Meat. What is Beyond Meat doing? I know they released their product Beyond Steak. I think it was today or yesterday. Yeah, so that was just before the market closed, I guess, yesterday. They Beyond Steak. So it's going to be in Kroger, Walmart, Albertsons, etc. Highly anticipated. So no matter what you think about Beyond Meat and their products, it caused a pop today. So again, this creates a watch list also, top 10 watch list. And hopefully this makes sense. I mean, why is CGC in the top position? And it says three beside it. That means it won three races today. Okay, so I mean, I mean, I can never get behind the cannabis industry. It's just been, in my opinion, just absolute disarray ever since 2018. I mean, just take a look at what's happened. I mean, there's the ETF. If I go on a monthly chart, this is, I think this is when it was legalized in Canada. I think this is when it was October of 2018. You know, I mean, the advanced buildup, and then ever since then, look at this. I mean, yeah, it had a little pop here, but ever since then, this is back in February, February of last year, and ever since then. So I just can't get behind this in any. I just don't see any follow through. But anyway, today is a different day, of course. So, I mean, CGC is looking a lot like this, MJ, because it's got now a little potential gap fill to six. CGC is probably one of the biggest components of MJ. So, I mean, if you think that, okay, I mean, we all know why. I mean, they've got to really, till your country decides that it's illegal everywhere and there's no restrictions like we did in our country. It's just not good. How is this going to grow? Your country, obviously, I'm a Canadian, so. But hey, no disputing the fact that, I mean, this is now 282. 282, that is above that high. The next high is 373. So I mean, if you think there, and I mean, this is the news for it. On plans to conquer the U.S. cannabis market. Okay, I hope they do it. You know. So let me talk about this window here, this big blue window that we call Brokerage Plus. Okay, so the Brokerage Plus link that I put in, if you click on it, you'll see there are two videos. There's a short video that shows you if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. You need an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. No other brokerage platform works with it. Not that we don't want them, but we've got all sorts of issues with APIs, etc. So don't ask. I know people ask, well, what about TDA or any other broker? It may happen in the future, but I cannot tell you when or if it will happen. Okay. But again, listen, real. By the way, I want to see that AMD. This got halted, of course, a while ago. Okay, pulled all the way back. Oh, it was shortable too. Huge feat. It was shortable Interactive Brokers. Interesting. Um, Now, please listen carefully though, because I think people misunderstand when I say needing an Interactive Brokers account and an E-Trade account in order to use Brokerage Plus. Yes, that's true. But if you don't have an E-Trade account or an Interactive Brokers account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you don't have this feature available. That's all it means. Okay. If you have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you have to use this, okay? But I'm just saying. And we link with a lot of brokers. Linking meaning there's an external, we have what we call an external linking tool. If you click on tools and external linking, and then you follow these instructions. So what linking allows you to do is when you click on an alert, it loads into your broker's platform, and then you trade from within your broker's platform. So why linking is nice is it's just a time saver. If you're like me clicking on alerts all day long, it'd be a pain if I had to type the symbols into the order entry. Now I link to Interactive Brokers. I don't use Brokerage Plus to trade because I demonstrate its use as a simulator, which is what I'm going to talk about right now. So the second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window. How I like to demonstrate its use is as a simulator. And it's very easy to do. When I'm going to get out of the simulator right now, I'm going to show you what it looks like on your end. So to load the Brokerage Plus window, if you click on New and then Brokerage Plus, this window will show up. Okay. Now you may have different column headers, but that'll be up to you. But it'll say not connected. That box right beside the ask, it'll say not connected. So what you do is you click on Sim for simulation. It'll change to account. You click on account, and then this simulator trading default will pop up, and you click on that, and now you're in our simulator. Now, unfortunately, this is only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, not available. And also the racing is not quite yet available for the web-based version. I was hoping that it would be available, during this test drive, but unfortunately it is not. So to use the simulator, you just click on an alert and the symbol shows up. You can figure out, or you can pick how many shares you want to trade. Just click on that box. Some default amounts. Of course, you can type in whatever you want. You can go, depending on the spread, you can go in at the market. So if I wanted to take AXDX right now, let's do it. Let's talk a little bit about money management, okay? I'm going to take 500 shares of AXDX right now. The spread's only a couple pennies, so I'm going to click on buy, and then I'm going to send the order. So there I am. I'm in AXDX right now in the simulator. Entry price was 118. I'm going to add a stop at 0.98. I'm going to explain why I'm doing this. You'll see a red line will appear on the chart that's going to say approximately minus 100. Minus 97.50, okay? So if you're just starting out trading, how I trade is I'll have some kind of a checklist that I have to be able to check everything before I take a trade. It doesn't matter what my checklist is, okay? I mean, a lot of the stuff that I see has already been checked because, all my scans will have, I like to trade a certain price range, a certain minimum volume, and things like that. So a lot of things have already been checked for me. And then when I get an alert, I click on the alert, and then I'll check to see, okay, what sort of a pattern is it? How much room does it have on the daily chart if it's near the high of the day? Things like that, okay? This is why you have to develop your own trading plan. And if you go at noon between 12 and 1, you go between 12 and 1, Michael Noss will talk at length about having to have a trading plan, okay? Make light, okay? My dog. So before I take a trade, I've got to check every box. So let's say I've checked every box and I want to take the AXDX. Next step, before I take a trade, I have to know where I'm going to get out of the trade if it doesn't work. Just because I think a trade should work doesn't mean it's going to. So I'll have a stop. Now I put this stop on purpose 20 cents away, and I'll explain why I did that. But my stop typically is based on what I see on a chart where I think there might be a support area. Okay, but sometimes your idea of support, my idea of support may be very different. So my advice, if you use say the low of the previous 5-minute candle, maybe the 15, but try it out with maybe the low of the previous 5-minute candle, because that's a defined number. There's no guesswork, and see how that works for you as your stop. Okay. So once before I take a trade, I know where I'm getting out of the trade if it doesn't work. And that's going to also share size me. Because the other aspect of this is that, and hopefully this makes sense. If you have a $5,000 account, you probably shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I like demonstrating a risk of $100 a trade. If the trade works against me, I only want to lose maximum $100. How do I control that? Just give me a moment. Let me get this. Expand this box just a little bit so we can see. Okay, well, anyway, how do I control that? I control that by taking a certain number of shares. So if I'm going to risk $100 on a trade, basically then what I'm doing is I'm saying, here's my entry, 118. I put the stop at 98 cents, 20 cents away on purpose, because I, again, wanted to make the math easy. If I divide 20 cents into $100 that I'm willing to risk on the trade, I get 500 shares. So I don't take the same number of shares every trade. How many shares I take will be dependent on the difference in my entry and my stop. I also do not vary within reason the amount that I'm risking on a trade. So in other words, I'm not risking $1,000 one trade, $500 the next, 50 the next. Within reason, I try to keep my risk amount just about the same every single trade. That's the way I trade. So my advice, practice in the simulator. Until you can make money in the simulator, do not start trading live. How long is that going to take? I have no idea. It could be 3 months, could be 6 months. Okay. I know that's not what anybody wants to hear. They want to, when you fund your account, I know you want to start trading immediately. I get it. But all I'm saying is that if you can't make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money, in a real account. And unfortunately, just because you can make money in a simulator doesn't absolutely mean you'll make money in your real account. Why? Well, you've got things like slippage. Also, emotions come into play a lot. Because even though in a simulator, getting out of a trade, hitting your stop, no big deal, right? It's just play money. It's not real money. When you start trading and you get into a trade and you're all excited about it because you can check every single box and the room is talking about it. Plus, maybe it's got a bonus of some news. News is not one reason why I get into a trade. And then you can't believe it. It's not working. It's starting to drift down to your stop price. And you look at that, go, you know what? This is impossible. It's got to come back. Look at all the great stuff about this company. And then $100 manageable loss turns into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally give up and you sell it and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. We've all been there. Okay. And you guys know what's coming next. You don't obey your stop because you're convinced it's going to work. You're down $200, $300, $400, $500, and then it does turn around on for you. Now you're up $200, $300, $400, and you say, "Oh, I'm so glad I didn't obey my stop." Can that happen? Of course it can. You know, but in my experience, if you want to not blow up your account, and you want to, get some good management of your account, obeying your stop is paramount. You can always get back into a trade. You can get stopped out. Okay. Commissions are so cheap now. That's not an excuse for not getting out of a trade, because you might have maybe the setup, maybe something happened in the market. Maybe you got into a trade and it looked all really good. The market was doing something like this, and all of a sudden, a big red candle. The market starts drifting down, and it whips it gets you out of your trade. Well, you can't control that. You don't know what the market is going to do. But maybe the market turns around again later, and maybe you get a very similar setup. You can always get back into the trade. Now, it's not always just the market that's controlling it. There could be something else. Okay. But maybe it sets up later on the same way. Maybe you were just a little bit early. You can always get back into the trade. But we've all been there. I guarantee you, we've all been there. And some of you in this room right now are in trades that aren't working and you're sweating about it. And you probably didn't have a stop, or you did have a stop and you said, it's going to come back. And now you're sweating. And now you're praying to to the stock gods, hoping it comes back to at least where you bought it. And you'll say, I'll never do that again. If you let that price come back to where I bought it, I'll get out and I'll promise I'll never disobey my stop again. Okay. So that's it, guys. Practice trading. And you can also practice swing trading. Because if I don't get out of a trade, this is what happened with the NVAX and the V-Ray. NVAX, I took it yesterday. And the V-Ray, I took it yesterday. Didn't get out of the trade. I got out of it now. I took the NVAX out earlier, but I'm still in this in the simulator. I'm still in this one, the V-Ray. So if you don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, you can practice swing trading. Okay. Two columns I really like to have is the distance from the exit price and the max P&L. Why? What the max P&L is telling me is that if I've got this NVAX, I can't remember how many shares it was, 200 and, I don't know, it doesn't really matter how many shares I had of it. If I could have got out right at the very, very top, the most I would have made would have been $438. Where I got out of it, I made 378. So that's not bad. I mean, there's not a huge difference. I mean, you're never ever going to be able to get typically right out at the very top penny. Okay. But what you wouldn't want to see is at one point you'd be up $438 and then you get out and you only made 50, or even worse, it turns into a loss. Okay. So this is a good way to sort of figure out how good are my exits. The other one is the distance from the exit price. Now, what you'd love to see when you get out of a trade, if you went long, you'd love to see a big negative number here, because that you could say to yourself, wow, where I got out, look where it is now, way underneath that price. So right now it's 26 cents above where I exited. Okay. So you might look at that and go, oh, well, left some on the table, but it's just a good way to gauge how good are your exits. These are hotkeys. We have very few hotkeys, but these are some hotkeys. So if I want to get out of a trade, just highlight the trade and I can flatten it, or I could get out of half my position, or I could double my position. Okay. Of course, I could go right into the order box and pick how many shares I want to get out of and the price. But these are just some hotkeys. All right, guys, let's take a look at what is happening. So the Bed Bath and Beyond. So again, interesting one, maybe. I mean, look how it's pulled back to that 5 level. You can see if it could take out that. I mean, you have to look left. Always look left. Well, I do anyway. I just always keep looking left to see where the next high is. If I think it's too close, I just don't take the trade. See, look at Xerox. What a bounce it had, right at 12. I mean, this could keep going, guys. I mean, the high is 1365 on the day on the 15. This has a chance to keep going just over that 13 level. And that's XRX. Well, I talked about Nordstrom's. Now, as a day trade, this would have been awesome. Okay. But I was looking at this as more as a potential swing for people who are interested in that. But I looked at it depends where you put your stop. I mean, if you put your stop at the low of the day, fine. But if you put your stop down here, even right now, though, if you put your stop at the low of the day, that is a little more than $1. Say $1.18. So you have to have a reasonable expectation. $1.18, 236. Just a minute. What in the world is going on? Just give me a moment here. Just give me a moment, guys. Something's happening here. Okay, so if you put the stop, at the low of the day, and you took the trade right now, okay, right now as a potential swing, you have to have a reasonable expectation that this can get to 2336. Again, look at that 200-day moving average, 2289. Now, I'm not saying this is absolutely going to stall it, but this is sort of a universally looked at indicator. I'm not a big indicator guy, but certainly this is an indicator that I would say that, virtually every trader is aware of, or should be anyway. So the risk reward is not there for a swing trade, in my opinion. Now this could keep going, no question. I mean, this has just been a fantastic daily. I'm just trying to see if there's any specific news on it. I don't think so. I think it's just retail, XRT. I think retail is just, having a day. There's the retail ETF. All right, guys, give me one moment here. Okay. Well, that THC, did that ever have a, yeah, look at this huge comeback, guys. THC had earnings on Friday, okay? Got absolutely hammered down on earnings yesterday. It held, and look at today. And so here's a massive, massive gap. But remember, for the reason it got hammered down on earnings, I mean, they're still in play, but this is really trying to have a nice comeback, THC. Look at iBio, guys. iBio. Look at this. Oh, well, it's not very much volume. 167,000. Half of it is right here in this 15-minute candle. Okay, guys. So I'm going to start looking at some of these ones that won races, see if there's any sort of a setup happening. Well, look at Bingo as an example, BNGO. You can kind of see what are the next highs? Yeah, I mean, all depends on where you put your risk, where your stop. I mean, the next highs are around that 257 mark, 238. I mean, it's got a little bit of room, but where are you going to put your stop, if you put your stop at 8 cents away, if you took it right now, say at 230, you got to have an expectation of getting at least 16 cents on the trade. You know what? You don't want to risk 8 cents to make 10 cents. So 16 cents, that brings you to 253. So, right at the edge. So, well, AMV is, I mean, look, what's the spread like? We don't even have any float information on it. Yeah, I mean, my thoughts are it'd be great if you got it here and held on. Okay. I mean, I'm not trying to be flip on this one, but I mean, you guys are on your own trying to trade this thing. Okay. I mean, traders are looking at the day that it got up to 242. That's all they're looking at, and trying to maybe take advantage of a bit of a run. But there's no news on it that I can see. So it's just one of those ones where maybe, a Reddit group has got a hold of it somewhere, but it's super, super risky. We don't even have any float information on it. See if there's, go to my float checker and see if they've got anything. I mean, I freely admit, if I wish I had been following it more, because there were shorts available, Interactive Brokers, then I probably would have, if I'd seen this, I probably would have taken some on that break of 1630. Okay. But when I say some, I don't mean like thousands of shares. So we have no float information on it, but going to the float checker, the highest I see Morningstar is at 4.47, but all the others are around a million. So it's probably about a million shares in the float. That's why it can be so incredibly whippy. Okay. I can give you guys, you ever want to check out, especially these low floaters. It's very, very difficult to get a handle on what the float is. And somebody pointed me to this website several months ago. Oops. So this is what I'm talking about, okay? So there, it usually looks at Yahoo, FinViz. I don't know if it's Ameritrade all the time, Morningstar, and the Wall Street Journal. So you can see right there. So you see Morningstar has, a high float. The rest of them are around, around a million. All right, I got to try to pay a little more attention now. I freely admit that my day was made on the Ampex. Okay, I mean it wasn't like it was an amazing number of shares I had, but my day was made on this one. If you joined a little bit late, we're talking about this one quite a bit yesterday. I actually took it in that 330 to 345 candle and suffered. My stop was right around 11. I got in around 12. I was gonna, it's a wide stop because, I felt this had the chance to maybe move multiple dollars if it really got going. But anyway, and unbelievably, it did this in the pre-market, got all the way up to 13. So I think I was in at 1234 or something, and I offloaded it. I was actually trying to get out at I think it was around 1275 as it was doing this. It was going so fast that I got filled in the 1290s. Amazing. So that kind of made my day. And meanwhile, what's the market doing? Yeah, so the market actually, the Nas is sort of catching up to the Dow now. But this has been another strong one. I know we've talked about this one. AEHR. Look at the run it's been on. It's almost, it's getting close to a lifetime high. So if this gets over 23 again, it pulled back 23.17. What's the volume like? Volume's not bad. Fairly low float, 24 million in the float. But this has just been great move from, I mean, 6 days ago, this was a $15 stock, 23. I mean, that's a tremendous percentage move. All right, guys, I'm just going to put myself on mute for a bit. I have to talk to one of the developers. Okay, so just give me a moment. Look at Latch though, guys. LTCH. I mean, I know I get very hung up, looking at left, and I'm seeing a high over here, but I mean, it's got the look. I mean, it could LTCH. What's the float? It's not a low float either, 101 million in the float. Has earnings on the 27th. Hey guys, just give me a moment. I'm just talking to a developer. You were talking about Aten. Let's take a look at Aten just for fun. Well, that is another one that's been on a nice run. Next high looking left, so it's above that high. So again, there's another one that is close to an all-time high. Well, having the single stock window and having these position and ranges, really handy for me anyway. You can really, at a glance, you can just see where a stock is. Where is it in the 10-day range? Is it above the pre-market? I love seeing where it is in the lifetime range. The 20-day, the previous day's range, is it above? A minute, guys. Wow, look at Alcoa. Guys, Alcoa, another, again, I'm not telling anybody to swing, but look at this Alcoa. Look what it's also broken out, had earnings on the 19th, decent reaction. And when you look left, what has it got? 43.87. I mean, it's got room. So as an intraday trade, it certainly has room. And Alcoa, of course, was showing up here in the large cappers. So that's why I'm saying, guys, the large cappers can give you good looks. You're just not going to get the big, big percentage increases. Okay, what did I just say about the Bed Bath and Beyond? This moving down to 5 might give an entry, and there it went, or there it's going. Again, meme stock, guys. It's a meme stock, with the AMC, APE, GME, etc. They're all going kind of crazy today anyway. So CLF obviously turned around real, like the Xerox. These were all earnings plays that kind of turned around. Ooh, you got to be so careful in this AMV, but boy, it's enticing. I think I know how traders are thinking. Let me back this out just a little bit here. So if this somehow takes out 20, the next highs are around that 25 level. So, I mean, if it takes out the high of the day, this could get it really rocking. This is not easy though, okay? But I will put an alert up here and see what happens if it takes out the high of the day. It has to get through 20, but then the next highs are around 25. But I guarantee all that traders are looking at is this craziness that happened in not even a month ago, just about a month ago, September 28th, 28th. Carvana, guys, CVNA. Other one, but it's a little too extended. But if it pulls back to say 15 or something, I mean, the next highs are around 1574. I mean, there's 1510, but 1574 and then 1769. Hard to see. I have to expand this chart a little bit, but you can kind of see that if it can hold this 15 level, And as long as the market keeps doing this, this could have it's over that whole number. It could have a bit of a run in it. 1510 is the next high, but then after that, 1574. You know which one could get interesting is this Dice. I've been following it for it seems like months now. It's not really, it's only since this day. But again, they did their financing at 36.50. This is the day they did their financing, and it actually had a spectacular day. Shrugged off the financing like nothing. But then, and then a few days it just dropped, but it's sort of basing. But again, it gets over that financing price. People might take a look at it again. So I'm just going to stick an alert, maybe around 37 for the 36.93 for the Dice, just to see if it gets, above that financing price. Wow, 11:36. So very different day for me than yesterday. Yesterday I was, boy, it was so slow for me. So all I'm going to do right now is just check to make sure it is Michael in our YouTube room at noon. I'll be taking my break in about 20 minutes. Well, if it's, I really have no thoughts on it then. I mean, if it's just trading sideways, I mean, it needs, I mean, it just needs, it's one of those ones in which, what's the flow? 23 million, you know, out of nowhere, but obviously the volume is just tapered off. There's no interest in it right now, but, set a price alert, maybe, that high right there, 239 or so. See if it takes it out later, on some volume and get it going again. But right now, all the big news has been digested, and as we speak, there's just not a lot of enthusiasm for it. I mean, it's a lot of volume, 41 million, so it's going to trade the float probably by the end of the day, maybe three times. It's almost twice double now, but right now it's just hanging in a pretty tight range. But again, just because I have my price alert set there, just if it hit it, just doesn't mean I'm just going to hop into the trade. Okay, because I want to see how, like, is there volume associated with it? All right, so Michael says he will be, it might be a little bit late, but he will be in the YouTube room at noon. So I'll put the YouTube link in. Again, if you want to talk about the Market Explorer, click on New, Market Explorer, and then right click on that window. Here are all of the strategies that he has created, okay? You can talk to him about them if you want. Just one moment, please. All right, guys, back. Sorry about that. So look at this oust. Wow. What the heck is happening with this? Not an earnings play, the seventh. Trading higher after Rosenblatt initiated coverage and a buy rating and a $2 price target. Okay, well, that's caused this one to have a bit of a pop. Oust. I just find it fascinating. I mean, look at this dice. I mean, look what it did. We're talking about this 3650 level is pretty important. Look what it got to. They got up to 3652. That's the financing price for dice. Okay, raised a lot of money at 3650, and it got up there and said, "Nope, not yet." Remember Gree? I haven't seen Gree in a long time. Remember when this one was up to $5? Gree, Gree. Look at the volume that is coming in. The volume that's coming into it right now. All right, guys, this is an interesting one. GRPH. What's the next high looking left? 364. And then after that, up to around 4. So, it's got some room. GRF, another interesting looking break on the daily. GRPH, not GRF, GRPH. What's the volume like? Not a lot of volume, but 4 times normal. Oh, look at Nordstrom, still strong as a day trade. I mean, this has been really. I mean, if it holds 21, guys. I mean, if it holds this 21 level, again, you've got 2287. That's far enough away as a day trade. Well, okay, GME. I'll look at it. Well, next high looking left is what? 2774. What did it get to? Got up to 2764. So within a dime of that high, and then it looks like it stalled for now anyway. And look left again, 2783. Look left again, 2769. So that 2760 to 80 level could stall it for a while. Guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Yes, I'll be right back. You guys, sorry about that. I'm now back again. All right. Well, there is the TSHA. TSHA. It's starting to move now. And some volume came in. Some volume came in. It hasn't taken out that high right there. That is the pre-market high. Looks like. Actually, the pre-market high looks like it's actually 260, but it is starting to move finally, and some volume came in. You can look at that 15-minute chart. What time is it now? 11:49. So that has another 11 minutes. So this is at least some volume coming into the TSHA. Okay, guys, just give me a moment. I'm going to make sure I haven't muted. Okay, so some stocks coming in on, I see a little earlier on Zach's topping scan. But of course, tops will work, trying to short tops will work a lot better as long as the market just does not keep going higher and higher. Not absolutely necessary that the market comes down, but Zed's high is 3150 looking left. So this could easily be something that you want to look at as a potential short. Here's a nice little break here. VRE, a nice little break out of some a little bit of consolidation on the 15-minute chart. Okay. A couple of days ago, it got through the 200-day moving average. It's holding over lifetime range. Well, it's not near a lifetime high, but looking left, and it's got looks like it's got some room to about the 1633 mark. That's a little bit close. All right, I'm going to flatten out of this AXDX trade. So what's this V-Ray? V-Ray, just looking left to see where the next highs are. Again, this is in the simulator. 435, and then after that, yeah, 464. So it still has some room. All right, guys, I am going to give you the YouTube link. Michael is going to be there very soon. So I'm going to give you the YouTube link. I'm going to head over there while I take my break between 12 and 1. I'm going to put the announcement in. No, Michael. It'll be Michael Noss. No, you can ask him, Stephen, when he gets into the room in several minutes. You can ask him that question. Right now, there is no way. But he's the originator of them all. But you can ask him. he has at least grouped them so you can at least see support and resistance, but all in one. But yeah, you can ask him that, okay? All right, guys. Well, here is your. I'm going to be on a break, but there's that interesting break now for TSHA. Remember, after hours, it did get up to 260. That's kind of close. Kirk, where could Kirk go? Yeah, a lot of resistance right around 4 for Kirk, unfortunately. KIRK. Boy, if that weren't there, if the next high was up, around 450, that'd be pretty interesting to take a look at it. But to me, it's just too much resistance, not that far away for Kirk. Lian, Lian, not a bad little break here, but again, looking left, what do you see? I mean, look at all this stuff yesterday in the 15-minute chart around 140, could easily stall it, so that's why I'm very picky about what I'll take. If I see a lot of stuff not that far away, I just don't take the trade, even though, it looks interesting. How did the cannabis, well, they're holding. CGC, I hear that little ping. That means Michael is there. Well, I know I still have because I was just waiting for Michael to show up. And I heard him, but he may not have done the next step. Okay, so I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. Okay, so we'll see you guys at about 1 o'clock. Just waiting for Michael to, I think he needs to do one step and then he can hear me. Michael. There he is.
Here I am.
You always forget that one step, right?
I remember to add the mic and everything this time.
Okay, cool. How did Spaces go?
It's good. It's good. They're a good it's a good crew there. It's a lot of newer traders, so I get to rant, which we all know is one of my favorite things to do.
Oh yeah.
So no, it's good. It's good to get us out there to different audiences and hopefully help some people out that are planning on YOLOing into some meme stock and staying there forever. So
well, look at GME and APE and AMC today. They're just going crazy, Michael.
Yeah, there's an old trading saying though that got me a bit worried, that they say when they rally the junk, it's usually the end of the market rally. So I am very, very long in my long-term account, a lot of things, and I have been since that CPI low. But I'm in a bit of a profit-taking mode too. So
Sure.
it's I worry that because they're rallying the junk, that it might be raining on my parade.
Well, isn't that the old adage too? When you're a taxi driver, you're a cab driver, you're a hairdresser, when they start throwing out tips at you, or isn't that the end of it too?
Yeah, well, and that's the, it's yeah, the poor friggin' apes, right? That continue to they get a little bit of a taste of, oh, this is gonna be awesome this time, and then it makes a lower high than it did last time, and then it rolls over, and
Hmm.
no reason to think this is not going to be any different. If I've got AMC up. If you zoom out on a chart, it really puts everything into perspective. But
Oh yeah, no
um,
question.
I worry that when this feels like a short covering rally, and that's usually the last thing to go, right? Is they rally the good names, they rally the strong names, and then when they rally, they do the short covering little burst at the end. That might be the end. So it might be
Yeah.
time for me to sell some of my names. I was hoping to get a little bit more out of it, but we'll see.
All right. So Stephen actually has a question for you. You'll see it. Is there a way to rename the support and resistance scans in your Market Explorer? I said that you would answer that. I mean, I know right now there isn't, but anyway,
There is not, no.
I'll let you answer that or talk to. I've been talking about the market. Well, I've been talking to people in both rooms that you're the originator of the Market Explorer scan. So
I
we
am.
get some questions on that. Okay, Michael, I'll take off now. I'll put myself on mute. Now, can you go to one or do you have to leave earlier?
No, I'm good. The spaces was beforehand, so I'm good to go. So have
Okay,
a lot of
cool.
beer.
Okay. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye bye. Yeah, so to answer your question, Stephen, there's no way to rename the Market Explorer scanners. Currently, we're trying to open up more customization. The issue is that everything's being run server side. So any change that you would make would be a change that would be made for everybody, right? There's no local kind of component on it. And it's because if any of these scans were running locally, they would just crush. You could have the best computer in the world and it would just crush them. They're very robust scanners. Like the support and resistance ones are built off algos that are built off other algos, and it's a big deal. But in the future, we're looking for, can we do, simple things like colors or, looking at dollar amounts and things like that, different ways that we could do that. But so at some point, yes, but certainly not in the near future. Um, and for everyone else, if you're new here and you don't know what's going on, is Barry always goes to the pub and has 17 beers at lunch, and we open up the room for live Q&A. So we are going to be here. I'm going to be here all day. I can answer any questions you have about trade ideas or trading or anything like that. We always appreciate the questions, because if there's not questions, there's just me randomly waffling on just random stuff, right? So the more you guys ask questions, the less there'll be, the less I'll be kind of waffling on. We're pretty happy with the names on our end. I don't know what specifically you have a problem with, but we have pullback to prior resistance, we have at support, we have at resistance, um, intraday, daily, and daily long term. So I think they're pretty self-explanatory myself, but always open to suggestions. Is there an audio scanner? Yeah, so let me show you how to do this. I don't have any of these opened up, but let me open up. So first of all, you can only do it with alert windows and multi-strategy windows. So I'm just going to open up an alert window and we'll use whatever is default here. So I've opened up an alert window. This is, I think, just the default window that's in there, and it's right, just gonna print as things are making new highs and as making new highs on volume. So you right click, you go under properties, then you go under actions right here. So I'll leave this up for just a second. So right click in the middle of the window, properties, actions. That opens up this window right here. So you can click play a sound, and it defaults to beep, and it would just go deep, beep, beep kind of thing. Set up sound, and then text to speech. So the text to speech option, uses the Windows built-in text-to-speech. You can, change volume and all that kind of stuff. So once you hit OK and you confirm that right here it says built-in sound, text-to-speech, and you go OK, then as whatever window you selected it on, it will just read out the tickers, right? So you just need to know what it is, which alert window you want to assign it to. I know you said it feels like a short covering rally. It's because they're rallying. So I spend a lot of time looking at this is my intraday layout in which I'm trading at currently. And a lot of, if you click through, you can see a lot of high short float names. So Bed Bath and Beyond, right? They're not rallying Bed Bath and Beyond because it's a good company and blah blah blah, right? This thing's probably going bankrupt. Everyone kind of knows that. But it's got a high short float. So, that one's rallying. And then the same with the other meme stocks, right? GME, uh, AMC, right? These are all, if you look at the daily chart down here, you can see anyone who's like, if you see anyone on Twitter going, oh, look at this, it's amazing. We're going to the moon, right? We're up 10% after being down like 50%, right? So it's like you can barely see the candle here, and GME is a little bit better, but you can still barely see the candle, and we're not even out of this resistance, right? But when they're rallying these, quote unquote junkier names, so Upstart as well, right? A 37% short float. I think it was Weber, WEBR. They were rallying that. So a lot of the stuff that's rallying is just high short float names. So for me, that makes it feel like it's a short covering rally. No way to purely quantify that, but generally speaking, when people are aggressively punching out of short positions, because again, the conspiracy heads out there will tell you that they never cover and blah blah blah, but of course they do, right? Why would they risk it? So when you're covering shorts, you're scared that the market's going to rally. When you're buying new positions, you have some more thinking that the market will rally. So for me, this kind of feels like, right, maybe retail is punching in and it's going to rally for a little bit. And then most of these things are going to make lower highs like they always do, right? So, right, Weber, for example, right, it had this spike and then this spike was lower and then this spike was lower. And then you're probably going to have this spike to be lower and do my pen. And that's just kind of the way it goes, right? So again, that's just why it feels like that to me, because everything that's rallying is just heavily shorted, kind of junky type names. Is there an alert setting for the long-term Holly? No, the idea behind that is that you can set the alerts on the ones that you like. Basically, what it's doing is it's just telling you stocks that Holly previously had made a call on, that are at or near that price. So if you're in here, the idea is kind of more of a scanning tool, for example, right? So, for example, the CMRX, right? We love shorting around here, and this one's a short play that Holly was involved in. So, it's meant to then go, okay, I can evaluate that position and maybe I like it. Then you can just right click on the chart anywhere you want. You can just click create price alert and do that there. Just because these things don't kind of pop up and down, it's just more of a, this is kind of what's going on at the time. So you can just kind of click through these, see if there's anything that's interesting here as well, right? So yeah, you can check and they're generally once a day. You can see that in most cases they come in at 10:30, which is for my time frame, that's 9:30 Eastern, just so you know. I'm on a weird time zone. Now, again, what it's doing is telling you when these cross back through an alert price. So if you're watching the AI daily, and you see something that you think might be a good trade, then you can actually just click on that. So um, this CalmX, for example, if you thought this was good on the daily chart and for a swing position, then you can just set the alert there as well, right? Because it's not a different system, right? It is the same system, but it's the same system that is just showing things that happened in the past, kind of thing. Right. So you can use this Holly system right here. And just again, if you think it's going to be a good swing trade, you can go from there. So that's the people that I know that use Holly for swing trading, they generally do it like this. They will watch the intraday calls because again, it's the same system. It's not two separate systems. Um, and what they'll do is uh, if they believe that this is something that they think is going to move for a longer period of time, then they'll just kind of add that, because if you generally you want to turn a good day trade into a swing trade. If you're going to kind of cross that boundary, what you don't want to do is make sure that you don't turn a bad day trade into a swing trade. That's where things get a little bit dangerous, and people do, in my opinion, far too often. Yeah, this NVTA also has um, a large short float. WE I know I think it's got a pretty sizable short float. Yeah, so just again, you got to think about it, right? Uh, if you were short WE anywhere through here, and you thought that maybe the market as a whole has bottomed for some length of time, you can snag some really good profits, right? So a lot of these people or a lot of these funds and things like that short these names, Bed Bath and Beyond, for example, if they were, anyone who'd short at any time of Bed Bath and Beyond in the last number of years is making great money. And then you get this little kind of pop up right here. Well, you just go, oh, let me take my profits, right? Why was Oracle a suggestion? I just met all the setups that was required. So I don't know what algo this came from, but it was just, these are all algorithmically derived. So um, whatever algorithm selected it, just met all the setups for it. It's very systematic in that way. Do you use different brokers accounts for each of your style of trading? Yes, uh, kind of. Um, I kind of put it like this. So I swing trade and I day trade, right? And I do both those things. What I'll do often is, for example, uh, you know, say just to make the number simple, you have $100,000 account and you have 3-to-1 leverage on that account, or 2-to-1 leverage, or whatever. Let's do 2-to-1 because I'm still working through my second coffee here. You would do something like, say, maybe the $100,000 of um the maybe in that $100,000 you may be swing trading, right? You're using kind of the cash amount to overnight trade, and then you might dip into the leverage part of that account to day trade. That could be one way of doing it. You can look at trading again different accounts if you want. A lot of people I know, um, they will swing trade in, say, like a retirement account. I think you guys call them IRA accounts. They're RSP accounts up here, and away, and do use margin accounts for day trading or something like that. Well, if you want to know what algo comes from, you can always right click and just click columns, and somewhere there will be a strategy somewhere. So you can see it right here, right? You can add any of these columns you want, but you can see the strategy right there, or the column right there for strategy. Just add it over and then hit OK. And Oracle was from the on support strategy. So it must have detected this as support in some way, as a pullback. There you go. If you go into the help doc, I know it there's a little thing that describes each of the strategies, but I would be less concerned, as just kind of a suggestion, with trying to understand the way the system thinks and be more concerned with whether or not these things meet your own trading plans, right? Because regardless, you don't just want to follow a random system, you know. Um, make sure you can read on all these and see what they're looking for sure. But it should a way to trade with the AI should look like this: is you see the AI and it has how many shares you should buy and stop loss and all of that, and then you see whether or not you agree with that based off your own kind of written and tested trading plan, and then if so, you pull the trigger. Right? It shouldn't just be away you go like that, because some of these things get pretty hard to understand what it was looking at, right? So this one was tailwind, so you'd have to kind of memorize what that one means and then kind of go from there, right? Mind having a look at MVST. Looks good if you're already in for a day trade. I'd say it's for me. I wouldn't be entering it here. Uh, I no way of knowing how far it's going to go. So make sure you have a plan of what you're going to do if it doesn't reach 250. And away you go. Is there an algo that's tested better than the others? No, because they're re-optimized nightly. So the algo that you see today, even though it has the same name attached to it, is going to be very different from that algo that's there tomorrow. So it's yeah, it just changes all of the time. So like the version today may do well, but the version tomorrow won't. And the reason we do that is the market changes all the time. So that's why we use the AI, is we're trying to keep up on changes in the market. Yeah, so they're all different all the time. They all rotate all the time. So again, that's why I make sure they're congruent with your trading plan before you're interested in taking them. I have close eyes on my other screen on UUP. I think this is a good one to have up. So this is the dollar index, and the dollar index has been kind of inversely correlated to the S&P 500 here for a long time. So the fact that we're having a little bit of a sell-off today has been pretty strong for the overall for the dollar. So I've got my eyes on this just to see if we start rallying here on the dollar, then it probably is going to top the markets for a little bit today, and vice versa. If we sell off and we kind of make new lows here, then probably time to go. So yeah, watching the dollar, watching on, and I did a tweet about this earlier, watching on the SPY, the anchored VWAP from this prior swing high right here, which we're kind of fighting with right now. We got through it a little bit, but that's that purple line. Oops. Come on, there we go. And yeah, so this purple line just represents where the average market participant is from this last sell-off. So that average market participant's just about to start making money here. So if this holds up and then continues higher, then we need to kind of say, okay, well, we're in a bear market, and so far this looks like a bear market rally. Are we going to fail before this high? So ideally, what we kind of want to see is, a nice slow grind up. If we get a big spike that lasts 4 or 5 days, then we can kind of we can push down. UUP is a bit of a cheat code. No, there's no cheat codes. Anyone who tells you there is just run. It's just right now, and this could end at any time. Right now, there's an inverse correlation to the S&P 500. So as the dollar was rallying, the S&P 500 was selling off. As we got this kind of massive reversal candle on the UUP, that was a bit of another one. So just something to keep in mind. I don't pay too much attention to the VIX. VXX be a good way to do it. But if you're an option player, yeah, that's something to keep in mind if you're an options player. But it's more about that, right? If you're into options, I think the VIX is very important because it's going to tell you whether you're going to be interested in buying or selling premium. That's the main, because that's what it is. It tells you basically how priced premiums are into the market. And again, these correlations, I just want to make absolutely clear. These correlations break down all the time, and will break down all of the time. You'll get all of the time where these things just stop working. Snap. Dyslexia. Yeah, Snap's getting up into the gap now. I will say, right, you got to remember polarity in trading, which essentially just says that prior resistance often becomes support and vice versa. So you got a big resistance zone here around 10 on Snap. So now that it broke down, it's rallying back up to Snap. For me, that's where I'd have my eyes peeled to see, maybe is it going to bump its head there and then roll over? Maybe. You never know. So I just keep an eye out there. Yeah, we're getting a bit of a rally here as well. But yeah, so just, again, and it could just blast right through. You never know. But, the way I look at stocks like this that have just kind of gotten hammered, and we've all been in this position. So I'm not special here. That, you're in something and it's getting absolutely killed. And you kind of, make your deal with the devil and you say, hey, if this stock gets back to where I bought it, or if I can get any money back on this awful stock that I bought, then I'm going to get out, right? And the more you do that, the more that you realize, well, everyone else does that, right? So there's people here from 80 to 60 to 40 to 20 to 10 who are long this thing saying, oh, please God, if this ever gets back to, right, the guy who's in right here says, if this ever gets back to here, I'm going to get out. And the guy right here says, oh, if I ever get back, I'm out. The guy who bought like 2 days before earnings, right? The guy who's right here says, oh, if I ever get back to, and if you have enough people saying, if I ever get back to even, I'm out, you end up getting just massive kind of resistance overhead, which is why I'm one of those that I like to buy the stocks that are already in uptrends as opposed to buying the ones in downtrends, because there's just less bag holders to worry about, right? Less people that are feeling that pain and saying, oh, if I just get back to here, I'll get out. Now, you can bottom pick these things and get some pretty good rallies. Just one of the things that I just say to especially newer traders is kind of take this and this and this kind of off the table. If it ever gets back up there, it's not going to be anytime soon. So you'd be better, getting a dip and then, waiting for it to uptrend and having some trading plan around there. But, you know, the example I always give is Peloton, right? There is no world where Peloton's going to be like $150 stock again. You've got the two things that are working against you, right? You have all of those bag holders that have to get back out, but then you also have the fact that it's kind of a known bad company. So short sellers, as much as some people don't like them, it's very American. It's very capitalist, right? You reward the good companies with investments, and you punish the bad companies with short selling. And Peloton is just one of those bad companies that, um, you know, it's got ahead of their skis, and yeah, the odds of them. So I just say, if you're zooming in, you're saying I'm going to play a pump on Peloton. Make sure you're using recent price action for what's achievable, right? Could Peloton get to 14? Maybe this prior high. It's probably going to, if it does rally, just because it's in a downtrend and it's going like this, it's probably going to fail before that high, right? So you could say, okay, well, if I buy it, maybe a stretch goal is 14. That'd be great. Um, or maybe 10. And both those are great. Like if you calculate those percentage returns, um, those are awesome. Right. So, I worry when people kind of zoom out on something like this. And they go, oh, okay, well, it's gonna get, I'll buy it at 7 and it gets to $100 and everything will be great. It's like, again, I always want to preface everything I say with, um, anything can happen, right? Anyone who speaks in absolutes is just, um, they're wrong, right? No one knows. Could Peloton get back up there? Yeah, it could. Is it likely? No, it's certainly not likely that it's going to get back up there. So, um, make sure you're just kind of with a grain of salt. Uh, Again, it's just why you'll see I focus on a lot of these TI strength names, right? These things are in nice uptrends. Not a lot of bag holders, not at least recently in this kind of RYTM. It's in a nice uptrend, right? I'll pay more attention to these things than I will kind of the beaten up names. There's just some there's it's like human psychology where we want to like believe in the underdog and buy the beaten up names. But generally speaking, you're better to go the other way around based off the math. Good advice. Go for the tuna instead of the shrimp. Well, the way that I heard it described, that I actually died laughing at. I was in one of these Twitter Spaces. Um, well, I'm trying to remember the exact quote, but I was in a Spaces. I was talking to someone, and yeah, the quote was, "If you miss the wedding, don't show up for the funeral." And I thought that was a great way to put it. Right? If you're looking at a Zoom or a Peloton now, uh, you know, probably not going to be the best thing in the market to take a look at. If you're still holding a Zoom or a Peloton at 400 or 300 or 200 or whatever, you showed up for the wedding or you showed up for the funeral after you missed the wedding, right? A lot of people, they want to buy the beaten up whatever, but you can see when Zoom made new highs in through here, that was only at $100. So if you caught it at any point in this uptrend, you made a bunch of money, right? If you sold at any point in this downtrend, you made a bunch of money. It's one thing that's just very common with markets. We know that trends persist longer than they should if the market was random. Right? So if the market was random, you would see a random distribution of returns, right? So it would be random whether or not the market was up or whether the market was down. It would be random whether or not things moved higher or lower. Uh, but it's not, right? And it's not, so we know that there is an edge in the market, and the edge is that trends persist. So uh, the best thing that most traders can do for their trading, especially ones that are struggling or ones that are new, is to develop a system, develop a trading plan that says, this is how I'm going to identify a trend. I'm going to stay long as that trend persists and get out when the trend doesn't. We have a couple of these in the Market Explorer. So, for example, I don't know, the moving average, the 10 SMA play. This is something that Steve Gomez likes and is a fan of. Hold on, let me just duplicate. I'm on a new version that's getting some glitches. I'm always testing stuff as part of what we do before we give them to you. Here we go. So CCRN. Okay, nice solid uptrend. That's the 21st. We want to look at the 25th. 3M, right? So this thing is in a downtrend. I'm not going to be super interested in it. HXL, this thing's in a downtrend. I'm not going to be, so this might not be the best example right now because all these are kind of beaten up. Okay, let's go to another moving average. And yeah, the 1021 pullback play. Right? So there's some people who are trying to bottom fish Netflix there, and that's something that could work. This, however, would be maybe a better time to start looking at Netflix. It's starting to uptrend again. Instead of trying to buy and wait for all this to occur, you can start to look at the things as they start to uptrend and wait. And again, an uptrend is simply defined as higher highs and and higher lows. One of my favorite ways, my personal favorite ways, is this retest of the breakout. Let's see if there's any of these today. Probably not, because the market's just moving so strongly. But yeah, things like this dyno, right? So what this scan is looking for, it's looking for an area that used to be resistance. You can see right here. That's been broken out of and then pulled back to. So I'm looking for some trend continuation with that. So if dyno, it's down, 3-4 days in a row, lower highs here. If this thing ends up kind of breaking this 60 and making higher highs, then that's my way to get involved in this trend. So as soon as you start trend trading, the statistics are kind of on your side. Now, for you bottom pickers, this is something I've been playing with. That was just requested by a client. Nothing that I would trade, but if you're interested, I'll actually share this in the chat. What this race is looking at, we need to find this, load, and let's share that, and then we'll copy. So this is looking for micro cap stocks that have very little debt and then a fair amount of cash. Again, nothing I really care about as just a trend trader. But yeah, so this SVMD, Saves Foods, pesticides manufacturer, has $79,000 worth of debt, and they have $4 million in cash, and the whole company's worth $5 million, right? So this thing's basically trading at cash. So if you're one of them fundamental nerds, you can kind of take a look at this. And again, the idea is that this is a really small company. So, if the company market cap doubles, then it'll be a $10 million company, which means these are insanely risky, right? You're not a company that's not worth anything. If you've got an amazing product that's super scalable and blah 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 blah, right? So you're trading in the risky scale. But the idea behind this and what the client wanted to use this for was basically building a portfolio of companies that were kind of newer and had opportunity to move. So many different ways. This is why I always talk about having a trading plan. I look at stuff like this and I go, nah, not unless I had like some YOLO money. But it's interesting to look at. So they engage in the research and development of green solutions to extend the shelf life of fruits and vegetables. Okay. But again, it's just one of those things. I think the thought process here is these companies. So for example, this one has $11 million in cash. It has $250,000 in debt, and the market cap's only 7 million. So they actually are trading under the book value of the company. People want to know why. It probably loses a shit ton of money, right? It's probably not a profitable company in any respects, but for people who are interested in that kind of thing, then you can take a scan like this and then you can start to apply technical analysis to it, right? I'm not going to buy it just because, it has those stats, because it had those stats for a very long time here and it continues to tank. But you could, mark support resistance on your chart, maybe set an alert for this one at 2 and say, okay, if this gets over 2, maybe I'll take a trade on it. Company will probably only be worth about 8 million there. Right. If it gets to 4, it's only a $14 million company. So percentage gain, these things certainly have that capability. But again, the market is a pretty smart discounting mechanism, right? So Again, this one, Biosciences, it's got 121K in debt. 5 million, the company's worth 6 million, but it has 18 million in cash. So again, all of these are going to be money burning companies. So I think the game would be to try to find the companies that have the best chance of becoming profitable quicker, or at least have a long runway when it comes to trading, right? Am I bullish on the market right now? I have been. I'm in profit taking mode on the market right now. So I've been buying um, in this area. We're a bit overextended here, so I'm starting to take partial profits in what I've bought, and then I'll kind of see what happens next. But um, everything I'm doing is based off the trading plan. Um, but yeah, I think we could rally. But again, we are in a bear market, and anyone who's going to try to call the bottom of a bear market is just uh, having a bad time. So no, I think we may be in for a bear market rally, but we have a lot of work to do um, to turn this into a bull market, right? Now, I think a simple trading plan for anyone who's interested is you just lean on these lows, specifically the CPI print, right? So if the market's above 350, maybe you get involved in some of your favorite names long. And if we break that, then it's time to exit, right? If we break down, we hold below it, it's time to exit. Now, then the question is, when will the rally end? Well, if we're going to still be in a bear market, it's going to be below one of these highs. So we could push up and maybe fail below that, because that would be a downtrend, right? We need to make lower highs. Now, if we break this high and start to move higher, well, then, might be getting back on again. But yeah, I'm bought a whole bunch of different relative strength names from TI Strength right here when the market was kind of trading in this area. And I'm just leaning against that low. As long as we're above that low, I'm in. If we break that low, it's time to go, right? And that's how you develop a trading plan, right? Have the levels to lean on, that kind of thing. So the way I always do it is I always try to trade based off relative strength, right? So, TI strength is again an algorithm that we created that's going to find stuff that's displaying relative strength. And then this chart I have in the bottom, which kind of compares whatever symbol I'm looking at to the S&P 500. What I'm looking for is stuff that's holding up better. So this AVDX, as the market was making new lows, this thing was actually making higher lows, right? So that's what I mean when I mean relative strength is where is the money going into as opposed to where is the money going out of. And I want to be involved in wherever the market is putting its money as opposed to whatever they're selling. And that's the main difference between me and someone who kind of picks bottoms and does that kind of stuff, right? Is I just want to find VRTX, breaking out to new highs. This one has earnings, so I'm not really interested in this one. But you can see how this, the market's been in a nice downtrend and this thing's been in a nice uptrend. It's up 40% on the year, where this thing's down 20% on the year. I want to continue to ride these uptrends and then avoiding anything that's, getting hammered. Again, your Zooms and your Peloton, all that kind of stuff, right? Yeah, Twinkie does have a pretty high score, and it's actually on the relative strength picks for this week. But good look. I'm in some. I think it's maybe a little bit overextended in the short term, but I combine this with technical trading, right? So I take a look, I scan through all of these different relative strength names, and then I use some basic technical analysis with it, right? So if I'm interested here in BJ Wholesales, if it can kind of close above this downtrend line, this rough downtrend line that I broke, it's got a huge area here at 70. You can see where it was resistance here and then resistance here. And now it's acting as support here. So I know I can be in around 73.50 to 74, and I'm wrong if it closes under 70. So I'm risking, I don't know, let's say $5 a share. And then I sit and I do the math and I say, okay, if I'm risking $5 a share and I want to risk 1% of the value of my account, then I can just do the math to find out how many shares that I buy. And again, that's more or less how I think of that kind of thing. The other thing you could do is just get an anchored VWAP here. And you click on that and say, okay, if it closes above this anchored VWAP from this high right here, that's where I'm going to buy in. And then again, use the last kind of swing low as your stop, and then take the trade based off of that. And it's, you don't have to overcomplicate it. But yeah, this is where a lot of my my trading comes from, because again, I want to be involved in the strong stuff, the stuff that's going up, and I want to avoid the stuff going down, right? How far down to the TI strength list I go until I have enough. So I generally want to have a watch list of things, say 10 to 15 different names that I watch. I enter all of my swing trades kind of on the close. So I want to have a watch list of kind of 10 or 15 things. And the reason for that is I don't want to have like 100 things, right? Because that's just too much to kind of watch and to play on the close. But if I can have a couple, 10 to 15 names, it's a pretty good number of names on my watch list. So, I'll, say I put OLLY on this watch list and I say, okay, I'm interested if this thing can kind of get above the 60 area, and I put it on my watch list, and then tomorrow it just like gaps down, it runs to 40, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm no longer interested in that thing. And then I'll just kind of cut it off as well. Do you also go down by RS rating? Well, just like I talked about, I always use technical analysis on top of these things. I never just enter something because it's on a list or a scan or anything like that. That doesn't make any sense to me. So, like, this ME, right? I'm not just going to buy this thing. It just gapped up huge. So I take what I see on this list, and I know that these have some statistical advantage. I look at my RS line to see if it's outperforming the market. And then I just do basic technical analysis, right? So this AHCO is kind of interesting. It's setting up this kind of ascending triangle, just really basic technical analysis. So I would say, okay, well, if it closes above there, maybe that's where I'll get involved. And if it closes below this low, that's probably where I'm wrong, and it's time to get out. So I always combine. And I'm one that I don't think it really matters too much where you got your idea from, whether it's I am not a fundamental trader at all, but it's one of those things where if you have a story that you like, if you're like, I like nuclear stocks, I like nuclear stocks because I think nuclear is going to be an alternative to blah 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 energy crisis, yada yada. Or I like uh, high price earnings ratio stocks because whatever fundamental thing I believe, or fell into the wrong conspiracy black hole, and I think AMC and GME are going to the moon. I don't. Right, it doesn't matter where you get the idea from. Um, you should then apply technical trading to that. And again, that's a lot of how hedge funds work. As someone who worked in the hedge fund industry for 10 years, a lot of what will happen is, hedge fund manager will say, okay, I like Apple because I think, again, whatever story you want, they're going to make a folding iPad, whatever, that's going to sell a bunch. Then he will kind of leave his office with his idea of why he wants to trade, and he'll go to his fundamental analysis and his technical analyst, and he'll say, "Hey, fundamental analyst, what do I think of what makes sense on kind of what's going on? Does it, well, how's their price earnings? How much cash do they have? Blah blah blah. Do the fundamental analysis in the company." And then he'll go to his technical analyst and he'll say, "Hey, tell me, where and potentially when to get involved, and tell me where and when that I'm wrong." So this combination of all of these different things, um, it's one of those things where it's like, regardless of what the story is, you need to decide when to take action and when you're wrong, because a story or a fundamental thing, fundamentals only update every quarter, and same with all of these different metrics, right? Um, so it's one of those things in which you should combine, right? So I combine basically my theory of how I find stocks is I want to find stocks that are in uptrends and relatively strong, and then I use my technical analysis for entry and stop loss, right? No problem. And again, it's my theory, right? And everyone has to develop their own theory of why and what they do. But for me, this works, and it's very systematic. And what I'll say is, I think that's more or less the most important part of all of this stuff, right? Um, so yeah, the reason I think a systematic approach is so important is because it helps with making sure that you're looking at the same kind of thing, regardless of the news and all of that kind of stuff. I would just, Peter, I'd rewind the stream a little bit. That was my last like 20-minute rant there. So check that out. But yeah, the reason that it has to be systematic is that you need to make sure that you're able to reproduce results, right? Because process matters way more than the actual results, right? I always make the joke that I could come downstairs or get in my office and I could slam my head really hard against the keyboard and make a bunch of money, but it's not it's not a good way to trade, right? So I make sure that it's systematic and repeatable, right?
Shoot, I was going to try that. Just slam my head against the keyboard and see what stock symbol might come up. I was going to say, what the heck? That might be a good way. Michael.
If I can save one, from
You
Joe
could save
Lowen,
one person
then
out there. Exactly.
it's good to go. That's all I need.
You know, I've been watching you, or I've been watching this Dice for a while, this DICE. So it is a bit of a combination of what you've been talking about, fundamental and technical. If you don't know the story behind it, they did, you know, they had the big news on, I guess the 11th, okay, and that's what popped. 2 days later, they did a financing at 36.50. But if you look 2 days later, I mean, that stock absorbed that financing like nothing. It actually got up to 42. And then since then, it has dropped. I keep looking at that financing price of 36.50, thinking that, you know what? I mean, if finally it really pops above that, it could get going again. That's something I'm just kind of watching. I know you probably don't look at it the same way as I do, but you know, you can see exactly what it did today. They got literally within, I think, a dime of it, of that financing price, 36.52. So it got within 8 cents of the financing price. And then it said, nope, not yet. So interesting. I find that interesting anyway.
Yeah, well, that's again, I really think, and it's funny, I'm actually doing an experiments in the FX market to prove this now, and so far it has, where um, I really believe that you can take nearly any system that's out there as long as it's trend following and has a good risk management plan and make money off that. So I really don't think it matters too much the idea behind, as long as you kind of wait for your moment, right? So, you may like Dice because of something that they do, but I know you're going to get involved and you're always going to have kind of a plan around that, right? It may say something like, okay, well, we've got a couple equal highs here at 36 or 37. So maybe if we get above 37, I'm interested. And if it gets under
Yep.
32, I'm out.
Mhm.
So, I think you can take shots like that all day long. And then all you need is, a couple to pay off and you're good to go. It's the same with this kind of scanner I made for this client that, he's looking at these incredibly kind of micro cap companies that are just rich on cash and low on debt. And then that was the only thing I said. I said, listen, this makes sense as a fundamental play, but just, pick your moment, take your shot, have a chance. And if you're right, you'll make a butt ton of money, and you don't have to be right very often. So just make sure that you're taking your shot, and you know where you're wrong, right?
Right. That's the one that started with the letter S. I think I caught the tail end of it.
Yeah, it's a whole scan that I made. I can share it's on my Twitter, but I can share I already shared, well, I shared it's just up in chat a bit there, but yeah,
Okay.
it's just
Yeah,
a
I see it.
scan, and basically it's looking for market cap under 10 million, right? So micro cap, tiny little companies
Mhm.
with really, really low debt and pretty high cash, right? So this one here has got 19 million in cash. The company's only worth $8 million and it only has 85K in debt, right? So these are all like cash burning, kind of really unprofitable companies. But this particular client wanted a list that he can go through and then he can kind of read the story behind it and take the shot on whatever he thinks they're going to turn around. And take that shot. But yeah, I was just like, again, I like your plan. Just make sure you know where you're wrong. That's
Exactly.
kind of the key to the whole thing here.
Yeah. All right, my friend, do you want to take off now?
Yeah, I'm gonna jet. I'll see you at the marketing meeting.
You will. Okay. Thanks, Michael.
Solo responsibly.
Yeah, right. Okay, just give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys, I'm back in both rooms now. Just give me a moment as I reload my music. Well, it might be a nice call in the OSW. Okay, it might be. Okay, I'm actually in it. I'll tell you right now, I am in it. I just want to see because I was looking at those highs. So we'll see what happens. Just let me get my music loaded, guys, and there we go. Yeah, I mean, I saw this OSW. So from my point of view, this little area up here, no, it looks like it could stall. It's had a nice parabolic run, had a little top there. So I'm in around 934, yeah, 934 on this short, and we'll see what happens. I mean, if it gets right back up to this, would have to get up to probably 939 for me to get out. Okay, but we'll see. Um, Edwin, Edward, welcome to the room. Now, when you say a demo on how to use the website, now are you talking about you don't? I'm assuming you don't have a Trade Ideas subscription right now. You're just kind of looking at what Trade Ideas has to offer, or do you have a? Do you have? Oh, you have the trial. Oh, okay. Well, okay, we're in the second week of it. Hopefully, when you say how to use the website, I mean, there are obviously there's a ton of information on the website, but as I always suggest to people who are starting out, I would hope, number one, let me just get my homepage up. Let me get rid of my message. Okay, so I put my homepage link up. Okay, so if you can click on that link, if you click on my homepage link, just put it underneath you, you click on it. This is what you're going to see. The first thing you should have done, if you haven't done this, like I don't know if you're just kind of floundering around, kind of wondering, well, how do I even get started? I don't know if you've done the Let's Get Started. Now it sounds like you probably have. Maybe you've downloaded the product. Maybe you've already logged in, things like that. But if you haven't done any of that, I mean, the toolbar and right click magic, what the toolbar is all about. This is a great primer. Okay, layout styles, all the way down to introduction to our scanning and our top list windows and our alert windows. Okay, so if you haven't done that, that's what I would do right now, because at least that'll get you started about what Trade Ideas is all about. Well, today is your first day. Okay, well, okay, yeah, do that and then come back. Okay, come back into the room and you can start asking me some questions. But okay, but that'll at least get you the basics. Okay, yeah, that'll get you the basics. And then the next thing you can do is, again, if you click on my homepage link, just give me a moment as I find. Okay, so there's my homepage. And I do have an education section here. Okay, so if you click here and then click on the guide. Now, don't get overwhelmed by how much is in the guide. You don't have to learn everything all at once, obviously. But this dives in, there's that getting started. This dives in a little more in detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is, the T window, and then also all about the stock racing. I would concentrate on these three. You get them down. I mean, afterwards, you can look at sound alerts and price alerts and all that, but understand exactly what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and what our stock racing is all about. That'll get you, I think that'll be a great start for you. And then afterwards, I'm sharing scans. You can take a look at some of the scans that I'm sharing. So you don't have to start everything from scratch. We've got a channel bar. I don't want to overwhelm you right now, but we have, if you click on new and then dock channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. You might see something that you like. You just have to click on them. They're all theme-based. But do that 30-minute, there are 10 videos. Do that first and then come back. Okay. So I see RRC. Yeah, I know why you're looking at it real. I guess it's from, I don't guess, I know it's from Zach Scan. Potential top here. A couple of topping tails right around that 28.62 mark. Yeah, so important level, obviously, for the market to try to hold is this 382. 382 right down there. Look at that 15-minute chart. All lots of action right around there. Some bottoms of the can not discounting the top, the bottoming tails, the bodies of the candles. That's what I wanted to say. Right around that 381 mark. So I'm going to put an alert there because if it takes that out with any force, we could be looking at definitely a lot of stuff moving down again. Tupperware is also on Zach's scan. His topping scan is this topping out. If the market, this, I don't know if this was a meme stock in the day. It may have been. I can't really remember. There's so many of them now, but if this is starting to top out, the low of that candle right there is $7. So I mean that wouldn't be a bad little move, but it may not have topped out yet. So yeah, I mean, topping plays, trying to figure out where a stock is maybe topped out and will start to move down, or the reverse, the ones that have maybe bounced. They're not easy. They are not easy. And Zach will say the same thing. If you're new to trading, I'd probably shy away from them. And even if you're not new to trading, it can be really a challenge to try to, find the top. I mean, that's why I'm saying with my OSW, this does not come from VinScan, but I'm just sort of looking at the chart, thinking, you know what, this to me looks like this could stall in this area. So it was pretty parabolic. It may not, though. It may continue. Maybe this is it. Maybe I'm going to take myself out for either a small loss or no gain. Yeah, as Zach is saying, it really has to go parabolic because on a day like today, where the market is, pretty strong, just like anything else, if you're going to play a bounce, try to play a bounce, and the market is just moving constantly against you. I'm not saying nothing can ever bounce, but your bounce is probably going to be pretty small. At the very least, you don't want the market to be moving against you. If it's just sort of neutral and hanging, not doing too much, yeah, you could probably play a bounce play and maybe get something out of it. But pretty tough to play a bounce play if the market is really, one red candle after another. Same thing as Zach is saying on a topping scan. I mean, the market, I don't know what it's going to do right now. If it really starts to turn, yeah, the topping plays will probably really work if it really went parabolic. But look at TUP. I mean, I don't call TUP was sort of parabolic right there, but rested, and now it's trying to make, make another move higher right now anyway. Yeah, the only thing you can do, let me duplicate it. You can only shrink it to a certain level. Okay, that's about it. It has to have at least, this amount of room. Okay, so it's not like you can really shrink it. And I don't think, yeah, I don't think there's any control of the font in here, and I don't think, jeez, I don't think this controls it either. The options, and you've got, the font size is in the general. I don't think this controls this. I haven't tried. I don't want to do it now. Maybe after hours I'll do it. Well, let me duplicate it again just to see. Unless it's in settings, which I don't think it is, advanced. No, definitely not there. So, and it's certainly not here, and it's not in the race setup. Nothing to do with font in this. I don't think there is. Bitcoin going bang, gangbusters. Okay, let's take a look at BITO. I know you guys have been talking about Mara. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, no kidding. This is an ETF for Bitcoin, BITO. I have no idea what the price of Bitcoin is these days, but I know you guys were talking about Mara, which is probably, going, yeah, having a nice day, and Riot probably having the same day. That's today, guys. Tomorrow, who knows? But we'll say this, Mara's come off the bottom, 40% move in almost, well, not quite a 40% move in 3 days, less than 3 days. This is not, yeah, you guys still don't have this option yet. Use the browser interface. I don't know when it's coming out. I'll be in a marketing meeting in about 45 minutes. I'm going to ask the question and just, when is it coming out? It's over. Okay. Over 20K. Thank you. Oh, you do have it now. Hey, cool. So I'm always at a loss because, I'm always on this development version and I never know. Okay. So now you guys do have that. Well, I'd be using that. I know that if you don't, I know that it'll look. Yeah, I know. I can see it definitely shrinks down when you don't use it, but yeah, I have no idea why it can't be that size in the browser version. I really don't know. I mean, it doesn't bother me because I've got a lot of screen space, so it's not really an issue for me. But and I certainly like the way it smoothly goes up and down. I mean, this is not terrible. I mean, it sort of has a bit of a herky jerky action. I mean, it's probably not actually. It's not that bad. It's not as bad as I remember it. But the smoothness, yeah, it is. I don't know why. There must be a reason. I will ask the question, if I can I'll jot it down. Why not same font? I mean, there's got to be a technical reason. I'm not a developer. You lose the lane size. Well, I'll ask. It's a good question, I mean, I don't mind it because, again, I've got tons of screen space, so I don't mind this, and this is all I don't mind seeing a giant symbol. I do, wonder why there's not an option to get rid of the logo if you don't want it. Yeah, see, RRC is still pretty strong. It did have a little pullback there, but it's still pretty strong. But look at the market, guys. The market is starting to drift down. RRC, maybe, if the market keeps drifting down like this, take a look at TUP to see if it is moving with the market yet. Not yet. This is still strong. Assuming you have been deleting posts because I haven't seen those. Yeah, no point telling us how much you make, guys. Well, well, as far as I know, unless this has been changed, let me just before I open my mouth. Yeah, I still don't see stock racing on the web-based version. So is the web-based version. I don't see stock racing on the web-based version yet. It's got to be pretty darn close because again, this is the web, browser interface. So it's got to be pretty close. How do you remove the logo in? I see what you mean. You're talking about though here. Yeah, I think most people though will like the smoothness of this. Okay, you got me on this one. How do you remove the logo if you're not using the browser interface? I'm just looking at, oh, wait a minute. Okay, so I'm just looking at this now. Show the race setup. Where is there a way to remove the logo? Somebody's saying that you can remove the logo? Okay, so the race is stopped. No, the race is stopped now. Pepe is saying you can't. I don't see where. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room saying, stop race, then I have the option to not show logo. I'm just trying to figure out where you see that option. Race setup, show logo. What's wrong with me then? I don't see that, but show race setup. Where do you see that? Replace symbols. I wonder if that was an earlier version. Yeah, if you're on a version that still allows cars and you're on a really early version of it, maybe you're right. Maybe an earlier version. I don't even remember logos. Hmm. Yeah. If you're on the latest production or beta version, you don't have that option. Definitely, you don't have that option to remove the logo. So probably you're on a way earlier version, which is, fine, I guess, if you want to stay there. But no, RRC. I mean, they've got these topping tails. You've got a series of topping tails with RRC now. What did I get up to 2865 or so? With the market moving down like this. However, this is a take a look at XLE just to see what it's oh, XLE is definitely getting a little bit weak now. It's actually negative. So you would think maybe, unless RRC has some specific news to it. Oh, it's an earnings play. Okay, well that okay. So it is trading kind of on its own, not following the sector so much. Released earnings after hours yesterday. Not a big reaction actually, but now so this is hmm. So this is an earnings play. So it's kind of trading on its own. It's not going to track the sector too much. So this mist is mystifying a little bit. It did pop up to 579. Boy, oh boy. Decent volume now, 10 times normal. So obviously when I check this Novavax and where I got out is now almost $1 above where I got out. So you'd be looking at that going, I guess, this is in the simulator. Maybe I should have only taken half out. Okay. And with the AXDX where I got out, it's 8 cents under. Well, OSW is a bit of a snoozer for me. It's not doing anything. I'm just waiting on that 940 level. If it takes that out, well, I am gone. Oh, Stratton, hello. Good to see you're posting in there. Another resource stock, guys. Look left. Look at the Rumascot. 37.21 is the next high looking left, just over the whole number. Another earnings. Sorry, releases earnings on the 28th after hours. But so this is another. This is like range. It's like Range Resources, kind of, because remember what the sector is doing. The sector is dropping a bit, and these are running counter to the sector. So AR and RRC are running counter, to what the sector is doing. Yeah, you're right. I mean, I just have this bias. I guess I shouldn't, but I mean, CGC's got some room, guys. I mean, it really has some room. It's a big float, 307 million in the float. So, but the next high looking left is 376. So, I mean, if you believe that, I don't mean it's fake news. I'm just saying, but if you believe that that news can sustain, CGC, where was that news? Pops on the creation of a US-based holding company. I mean, that, it sounds like that could be great news, right? All right, guys. Well, the market, it looks like it's trying to put in a little bottom here. We'll see what happens on this candle right here. That 15-minute candle still has a couple of minutes to close, minute and a half before it closes. Boy, Tesla. I haven't looked at Tesla in so long. $200, yeah, 220. Okay, well, nice move. As Zach is saying, there's the VWAP 219.45. So what did it get to? Well, just basically to the VWAP. I mean, within pennies, a little bit below 219.19, 219.45. So it looks like the VWAP has held it. I mentioned Latch earlier. Just choppy though, up, down, up, down, up, down. LTCH. So what is the next high looking left? Yeah, 113. Oh, okay. That's a misprint, guys. That did not happen. So luckily that bottoming tail disappeared on our charts. It's funny. I haven't seen. I don't. We used to have that all the time, and other charting programs would have it also, but it wasn't right. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it recently. In the old days, a couple of months ago, that bottoming tail that we would have seen would have remained. Maybe, maybe. Yeah, still the main room. We're actually looking at changing up everything, maybe to something else, but that's still in the, we're still experimenting. Oh, okay, AMV. Now, again, highly, highly risky, but if it takes out this 1868, it could get rolling. You know, not quite the highs of all those 15-minute candles. And again, all that traders, I don't mean all traders, but all that traders are looking at is this crazy day where it got up to 244, wondering, well, could it do something? I'm not saying it's ever going to get back to 244, but could it do something crazy? What's the spread like on this crazy thing? Terrible. Yeah, I mean, well, I mean, it widens, it narrows. I would say 50, well, now it's a dollar. Yeah, I mean, it's really tough. And now look at that topping tail. Funny man, Stratton. Igor, hello. And I recommend any books on trading. Probably the wrong person because I haven't seen books on trading for years and years and years. So others may chime in with some maybe more recent books. I'm sure you'll get some people will say, yeah, this is a good book. Yeah, I've heard his name. There's the other guy who is more involved. Like I don't want Mark, somebody or other. I remember his name. More involved in the sort of the mind of traders. Not so much trading setups and all, but it's more about discipline. Somebody's going to know. Mark, what's his name? Mark something or other. I actually read that one. It's pretty good, but it's not Mark Douglas. Trading in the Zone. Thank you. Thank you. That's the one. Trading in the Zone. All right, guys, look at Oust. Maybe it's held. It's low. Maybe it's going to start to bounce a bit. The only issue again is that VWAP is just above it, 119. As Zach said quite a while ago, the small cap market is kind of dead. I mean, we're getting some little flurries of excitement with some of them, but we're just not seeing, tremendous continuation. Now, granted, if you'd said, okay, I'm going to take this house right here at 105, sure, would have been, pretty good up to 130. I'm just not seeing though a lot of continuation. Look at RRC, super strong, guys. Super strong. Trading counter to, I think we have this. Let me see if I can figure out how to do this. Now, why do I have an alert for iLag at 301? Must have been set long quite a while ago. Let me get RRC. Okay, let me experiment off camera. Okay, so here's RRC. So if I go to select chart style and I go to comparisons, hopefully this will work. If I type in XLE, okay, and well, I'll just leave it at this color. Well, this doesn't give me what I was really hoping for, but I mean, you can kind of see there's XLE. I'd like to see it being drifting down more and watching RRC moving higher. But there is a way in which you can, do comparisons now. Right click, chart style. I think you can have up to 5 of them. I don't typically do that, but so again, right click on the chart. I think this is available for you guys. So right click on the chart and click on chart style and then click on comparison. So you can have 5 of them. You can pick the color. But I guess this is giving you a sort of a sense, I mean, it is drifting down and RRC is moving higher. Well, I guess the big day on Friday, isn't that when this is supposed to close? So this is 1336 up 136. There might be other news. Somebody said Bloomberg, but so I don't know. Musk tells debt bankers he plans to close Twitter deal on Friday. Bloomberg. And then this one, equity investors in his take private have received paperwork from his lawyers from CNBC. So I mean, it looks like it's, but we've seen this. We've seen this play out before. But for anybody who thought this deal was not going to go through and we're, continuing to short, well, I mean, it definitely looks like it is going to go through. I shouldn't say definitely. It looks like it's going to go through, but no, Barry did not say. He retracted the definitely. Now, got to be careful. Some guy at Trade Ideas told me that the deal was definitely going to go through and it didn't. Now I'm suing everybody. All right, come on, OSW, do something. I mean, what I'm looking for is maybe down to the 920 level. Not expecting too much, but I'm having a tough time not saying Toshiba on this one, but Taysha Gene Therapeutics. Yeah, I mean, it's moving, but just not that much. Ah, okay. So now I got XLE on there, so I don't want that. How do I get rid of it? Is there an easy way? It's probably an easy way. Yeah, I mean, TUP is still strong, guys. You would think it's coming into some resistance, maybe around that 750 mark, maybe, but it is still pretty strong. I know it's from Zach's topping. Novavax is still pretty strong. I remember, I mean, this is still pretty strong. It's taking out, I mean, it's got some room. I mean, obviously to that 33 level, if you take, a view that none of this, all the stuff that happened before that will stall it. Oh. Okay, what is the next high looking left for ILAG? There's 298, there is 326. So you've got 326 as your next high looking left for ILAG. So it does have room. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just saying that is the next high looking left. I think our news is sort of back again, guys. I know they're still trying to change it, but I don't see it being blank like it used to be. I'm going to actually ask that question in the marketing meeting. See if, this one, this TSHA, see if it has any sort of continuation tomorrow. I mean, you could look up this level here, 360, 370. Again, if you discount everything, all the little areas on the way up. But, I mean, it's possible. All right. Now you would think that maybe if you look at this daily chart for RRC, so you look left, 2880, 2867, 2876, 2890. Now that's probably over 30 or 29. Yeah. So I mean, you would think that between here and 29, that could be it. I mean, it looks like to me a lot of resistance. It is through the 200-day moving average at 2807, but yeah, I mean, you was look at this daily chart. Now, listen, if it breaks out, well, bets are off. But you would think there could be some stumbling right around that 29 area if it gets up close. All right, guys. So in about 10 minutes, I'll be in a marketing meeting. I'll be putting myself on mute. Aha. Through that 200-day moving average, 793. All right. What sort of room does this have? NOTV, NOTV. Through the 200-day, look left. The next high is 2178, so it's fairly close to that, and then 2246. So if it can get through that 2178, okay, I mean it's got a shot up into this area. Not an earnings play. Let's take a look at SYF regarding the VWAP. So there's the VWAP. So what Real is saying, the farther a stock gets away from the VWAP, possibility. And I have the VWAP now. That's that purple line. I did actually add it to my charts just as a visual indicator. So, I mean, if you wanted to see stocks that in theory are somewhat, if you think that being far away from the VWAP makes it extended, easy enough to do. So, for instance, oh, this one is close to VWAP. Okay, I created that one a while ago. So this is going to show you stocks that are close to the VWAP. But if you wanted to see stocks that are quite a bit of ways, so now it's up to you, of course, toy around with this, but if you thought that something was a minimum of 3% away from the VWAP, that might, I don't know what percent to use, but I can, let's use 3. Oops, not there though. Minimum of 3% above the VWAP. And let's see what happens when we take a look at some of the things that come out. So there's TSHA as an example. Look at it drop actually now. Coming to the VWAP. Missed So all these are at least 3% away from the VWAP. So, I mean, if you thought that something was, extended, that is, quite a bit above the VWAP, hey, you might want to look at these as potential shorting situations. Conversely, something that is way below the VWAP, you might think of them as bounce plays. You can play around, obviously, with the percent. And, this is just looking for stocks in this price range. But I think I can combine the two of them. Yeah, so there's Sober as an example. It's at least 3% below the VWAP. It's a cheap stock, but so this combines, so anything in orange will be stocks that are at least 3% below the VWAP. Anything in green will be at least 3% above. So, I mean, in theory, you could look at this and say, okay, I want to follow this and see, if this is like a bottom, or is this a top? So if anybody wants this, I can give it to them. So this is just showing stocks that are, and again, you can adjust the percent, whatever you think is decent. Anything in green is at least 3% above the VWAP. Anything in orange is at least 3% below the VWAP. Within this price range. Obviously, so if I give this to you guys, you can adjust the price range. That's the only thing I got, just volume. I could add relative volume and all that sort of stuff, but this is just a bare. So let me duplicate this because I don't want to. This is close to the VWAP. No, it isn't. It isn't. No, never mind. So I'll just rename this. We're going to name this. All right, so 3% above at least. Okay, obviously it's not right on 3%. Okay, so I'll just, and then I'm going to save it to the cloud so I have it myself, and I can just share it. And again, you can just adjust the price range if you don't like the price range, or you can add some other filters in. You want to put a relative volume filter in. And just click on the alerts. You'll see exactly. And what I should do, actually, I should have added this column. Obviously, I didn't add it. Just give me a moment. What time is it? 1:55. I've got to get into this marketing meeting soon, so just give me a moment. No, I did add it. Okay. Oh, so this is showing you the distance from the VWAP. However, why is that negative? Okay. So I'm a little bit wrong. Well, excuse me. I could color coordinate that. So I'm a little bit wrong. This So everything in green is not below the VWAP, but you can tell right here in this column. I mean, I could adjust it a little bit, but you can tell on this column right there if it's below or above, obviously. You know, if it's negative, it's below, but the stock is still positive for the day. You know, look at CLF, negative for the day, but above the VWAP, 3.9 above the VWAP, as an example. So again, you can play around with it. You click on the alerts, see what you see. If it makes sense. If you think, like Weber, if you look at this and think, okay, if it bounces, it can get close to that VWAP. Okay, guys, I will be in a meeting. Spell correctly here. Okay. Jeez. Okay, so I'm in a meeting. I'm on mute. All right, guys, sorry about that. Long meeting today. Yeah, so the duo, yeah, it just got halted. Of course, showing up in the races, I don't know if it won a race. Yeah, won the last race here. So this got halted here, DUO. And let's see where, wow, let's see where it could open. So it's possible it's going to open in the 150 mark. Again, if you're unfamiliar with the Halts resumes, this is one of the scans I'm sharing. But typically these are 5-minute halts when it's a volatility halt, not a news halt. Typically they're 5 minutes. So if that is the case, this will be opening in about less than a minute. It's 4:53 right, 14:53 right now. Okay, 2:53 right now. So 48 seconds after. If it is a 5-minute halt, it'll we'll see what happens. Yeah, that the TSHA finally did move. Real. You made a comment about tightening this up with RSI and bulletin boards, Bollinger Bands. Any idea about what we should use for RSI? Remember, we can combine them. So like an RSI, what 80 in the top, 20 on the bottom, or 75, 25? What would you? Oh, and it just opened, guys. Let's see where it opened. Actually opened a little bit softer. We got halted at 133. So this is the type of thing that I might take. Just give me a moment here. If it opens below the halt price or gets below the halt price, so it got halted at 133. Man, might get halted again on the way down. I'm just going to stick an alert up here at 134. Looks like it's going to get halted on the way down. Yeah, it just got halted on the way down. So yeah, the only way I take something out of a halt is if, so there was the halt price at 133, resumed at 140, came back down through 130. So I don't chase, I never chase it. And these are very risky. Okay, just flat out tell you, very risky. The only time I ever will do it though is if it comes down below the halt price and then it pops above the halt price again. And obviously in this case it didn't. In fact, I got halted on the way down. So we'll see. So maybe real is gone. Okay, so I'll save this for tomorrow. All right, guys, so I won't bore you to death with all the information, except that I used to be 100% convinced, but I'll say I'm 95% convinced that the promo will be over tonight at 11:59 p.m. Eastern time, unless they forget. Unless they forget, I think they just forgot. So if you click on my homepage link, you can still get this 30% off. Okay. I was quite sure it was going to end last night, 11:59 p.m. last night, but evidently, obviously it didn't. So this early drive 30 for 30% off the first month only or the entire year, still valid. As always, if you take if you take out a subscription, do the Let's Get Started, getting started. You can sign up for my stock of the day video that I do at noon Eastern, free, of course. Trade of the week. Let's see how it's doing. WTI is the trade of the week. Let's take a look at how it's doing. Yeah, so I mean, got up to 8, the trigger was 755. Again, I know how I'd be trading it. I wouldn't be, even though the trades of the week are designed for longer term holds, I'd be scrambling to take what I could get at least, and then maybe holding on. But that's, completely up to you. but the trade of the week is free. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder, and or if you have Gmail, your promotions folder. It could have accidentally gone in there. And all the education, of course, is here. There's the big user guide. Please, do the getting started if you're just starting out. Know what an alert window is, know what a top list, a top list window is, and know about the stock racing. Everything else you can do later. And the daily support. So I'll be shutting the main room down at 3:30. Chris will take over for me in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. So before I do shut down the main room, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over there. And he does that Monday to Friday, 3:30 to 4:30. And the daily webinars. We should be back to maybe there won't be one on Monday because I think there's still the test drive is over on Monday, or I think the last day of it. So there might not be a webinar Monday, but anyway, you can sign up for them all here. And back to basics. Those of you who listen to Michael Noss from 12 to 1 in our YouTube room. So he put this together. Great little introduction to trading, introduction to charts, candlesticks, support and resistance, etc. And last but not least, my scans. Okay. I've actually got the Momo scan up and running also. Okay. I just, excuse me, I decided to just have that. That's the momentum scan is from our momentum layout in the momentum channel. Okay. And you can have all my pre-market actives up and down. These are the two races that I have displayed, but I do have some other scans here. So, you know what I'm going to say? The room is free. Okay. It helps the room. If you save my link and click on my link to take out a subscription, company knows that the room is paying for itself. And yes, I don't mind saying I get a little cut out of it. So if you do take out a subscription, appreciate it if you use my link. You can save it. You can take out the subscription anytime. Could be a week from now, a month from now, a year from now. But if you save my link and use it, great. And of course, you can also, if you save my link, then you can look at my scans anytime and the education section at any time. Okay. Nice try. I can't say the word I want to say. In our YouTube room. Yeah, well, my Orchid, my pre-market actives and up and down. That's what I've been using for years and years and years. Did it finally move to the pinks? I actually think I have. Wow, look at this drop here. Did it move to the pinks? It's halted, and that's the reason. I'm not sure if I would trade it. I mean, Hertz obviously was a nice one in the pinks, and came. Did it come out? It came out, right? Yeah, Hertz came out of the pinks. Oh, but I mean, Revlon is actually. I mean, it's a name. I don't know. I think I actually got rid of my. I mean, not that it would cost much to get it back, but I don't think I have the ability to trade pinks anymore. I think I got or just turned that off in Interactive Brokers. I haven't traded a pink sheet stock for years and years and years. So it just got delisted. Okay. Yeah, I don't even see it. I don't even see the news on that. Yeah, it's not even showing up anymore in my Interactive Brokers as a stock to trade. So it just got delisted now, right? Last week? Was it really? Oh, you're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. This is thought I saw it. Well, I did see it obviously today. This is today, right? No, it isn't. I'm sorry. You're right. I don't know why. I thought I saw Revlon earlier today, but I guess obviously not. Yeah, that's on the 20th. I don't have even I have no quotes on it. Yeah, so well, okay, obviously I could have a quote if I type in the right symbol. REVRQ. REVRQ. Okay. So I guess it started trading yesterday as REVQ or REVRQ. Maybe I can still trade. I know the quotations are coming up, but anyway, that's why, Michael, because it's not trading as Revlon anymore. It's back. It's on the pinks. So I mean, yeah, I mean, as a flyer, hey, I mean, obviously this is a known name. Hertz was a known name. It was on the pinks for a long time. Emerged, from the pinks. So if you heard me, Michael, yeah, it's not trading as Revlon anymore. REV. It's trading as REVRQ on the pinks. Michael, you're not listening to me. REVRQ. Let me type it in. Maybe it's REVRQ. That is the new symbol for Revlon on the pinks, okay? I shouldn't say you're not listening to me. You just probably didn't hear me. I probably mumbled a bit. So while I was in the meeting, I actually did take a trade in this NOTV. I'm not sure if it showed up here. I'm sure it must have shown up here at some point, but it popped out of here. That was a consolidation. And I mean, it was just a quick trade for me, but it looked really interesting. When you look left, the high was 21, 2178. It broke through that, got up to 22. This could be interesting tomorrow if it can get over 22 again. There's that high 2178 because the next high is 2246. So I mean, it's got a little bit of room. If it can take that out, though, that's where 2433 is the high way up here. So could be interesting tomorrow. I don't know any reason for this move. It's not an earnings play. Oh yeah, Michael, this was not a suggestion to buy Revlon. Okay, it was just out of curiosity. Somebody was asking about Revlon. I didn't know that it had been actually relegated. Hello, GI, hanging on the VWAP, 50, 50, yeah, 50, 54, earnings play. Well, boy, the market, I mean, that looked, not ominous, but that looked like, okay, maybe we're in for a bit of a downturn, not even close. Well, I think after all that, I had a little minor gain in OSW, but I was looking for more. So I'm just going to get out of this. I'm going to be heading out of the room pretty soon. So it was just a real snoozer. Got a little excited right here. Thought maybe, 924, maybe, but nope. And, maybe the VWAP was going to be the bit of the magnet. Well, silver has been again kind of all over the place today, but it's looks like it wants to close near the highs. I mean, it got all the way back down to 360, then back up to four. Very choppy. Yeah, well, as I speak, there it is over. So it's the high of the day. Is that right? No, the high of the day is up here at 420. So again, guys, this is one of those ones. You either believe in the story that they're going to do great things with their device, and you don't worry about all the froth that happens every single day. It seems just a different. It's just for me anyway. Very difficult intraday trader. Well, who doesn't want a superfood? LSF, Laird Superfood. Never seen this one at all. Low float, 6 mil. I've never seen this one. Never seen this one. 6 million in the float. All right. Well, I know Real was watching this Bed Bath and Beyond in order for a five break. It didn't. Well, it sort of broke it, but it looked like five held, and now starting to run a bit. So again, guys, how to use this? All day long. Click on the alerts. You have that top 10 list, but also as something to follow the next day. You know, if I if you're gonna click on the alerts in your top 10 list and see what does it look like? Where could it keep going to if it wants to? I mean, this one has got room still. I mean, obviously, it got up to 125, but if you look up here, I mean, the next highs are up in the 150 level, and there's the 200-day moving average at 168. So I'd be watching this one tomorrow. See if it takes out today's high and starts to, try to fill in that void. So, I could put this on a watch list or put a price alert on it. The AMV, well, the AMV is very, very, yeah, it's a scary one. RNLX, I saw that one just ripping up here. Um, I mean, the trend is up. And if you believe that it can get through all these little pockets here, I mean, obviously a ton of resistance around 263, but maybe worth watching the next day. And of course, here's the Bed Bath and Beyond, big meme stock. But what is it? What did it get? What did it run into today? It got up to 553, and the high here is 521. So it got over that one. 529 got over that one. So 555. So the high that it sort of stalled at a few days ago at 555. I don't know. Maybe if the memers really get a hold of it, maybe it pops through all that. And I'm not saying, I'm not ever going to say it's going to get back up to 30, but that's the exercise to go through. Start looking at charts or understand what could happen. I mean, here's CGC. I mean, if you think that, what they did, their press release today is enough to maybe sustain it for the next day, well, you could do one of two things. You could take the trade right now. It's near the high. This is not investment advice, but if you think that the news is good enough, and so far, I mean, it's been holding. It hasn't really dropped, because it's got room. 380 is the next high looking left. This is the exercise to go through. I mean, this is another one crawling off the bottom, ARBK. Is this just the start? I don't know. 411 is an area up here. And here's another bank, FWBI. Yep. Wow, look at this. I'm sorry, it's not a bank. It's a bio. Yeah, this is too. I think that's more iffy. But you don't just have to look at these. Oops. Here's the other watch list of the more, the bigger stocks, the Maras. Well, not bigger stocks, but more higher floats, higher market caps. I mean, if you think crypto is going to continue, I mean, there's a shot. There's 1623 as the 200-day moving average, as an example. You know, Mara's had 3 great days. RRC, we'll mention this right around here, I think, is something that might start to fall down. It looks like it, yeah, I mean, it's had a bit of a fall. So all I'm saying is that the symbols that show up in these two watch lists today, some of them can be followed the next day. And that's where your learning comes in to, click on the alert. What do you see? Look at Beyond Meat. I mean, so it has some news today. We're going to have Beyond Steaks. Yay. Yeah, it could be. It could be a multi-day move. It could be the start if that news can sustain it. I mean, the thing you can see about this is that it really hasn't had any severe pullback today. It's a big float, 300 million in the float. And it's a great looking daily. And it's got it's got some room on a percentage basis before it hits those highs. Well, the paint is starting to dry faster. The TSHA. I mean, another one. I mean, I don't know what it's going to do tomorrow, but you could be looking at these highs up here, 372. Yeah. So, Michael, I don't pay attention to fundamentals like that at all. Okay. How do I like SJT since they announced the dividend on Friday and they pay monthly every 3 months? Yeah, I just don't pay attention to fundamentals like that at all. I basically look at what the chart's telling me. So SJT, I mean, it's trying to curl up a little bit, I guess. You know, I mean, it's above that 200-day moving average. You know, I mean, it's got a shot, I suppose, to the 1227 level, you know, if it can get through, you know, all those little daily highs. Okay. Duo trying to ignite. Yeah, it's not over. I mean, part of me says if it takes out that 133, but it's late for me. It's 320 right now, so it's a little bit late. Okay, guys, so 320. What I want to do, I usually shut the room down, the main room down at 325. Get prepared for Chris to show up in our YouTube room at about, well, just soon after that 325. So here is the YouTube link. If you want to head over to listen to Chris between 3:30 and 4:30 Eastern time, there is the YouTube link. Absolutely, Stephen. I Interactive Brokers, so absolutely. Very simple. What are your tools and external linking? And when you add the link, just follow the rules. The only thing you have to do, let me just show you. You just follow the rules. You can just probably put your mouse pointer into the order entry, and but just follow the rules as it's saying, keeping the window open, mouse over the target, etc., etc. The only thing you have to do extra, let me just show you. I'm going to edit this link. You do have to pick the rule. Okay, most you don't have to, but there is a rule here, and you obviously want to connect. So Interactive Brokers Live. Okay, see the rule is a drop down menu. Say okay, and that's it. Now you're every time you click on an alert, it'll show up in the order entry. Okay. and it works really well. I think I've had Interactive Brokers now in Canada for about 6 years now, 6.5 years. I think it's 7 years in January. All right. Ooh, this is an interesting one. PRG. Retail trade, don't know them very well, but look at this one. So in the pre-market, it got up to 1486. Could be interesting tomorrow. Look at the next high, 1467. It did take that out in the pre-market, 1486. If it can do anything interesting though tomorrow, I mean, look at all the look at the room to 1650. I'm not saying it's getting there, but certainly an interesting one. This has earnings or had earnings. I guess that's the reason it had earnings. Didn't really see it in the pre-market. It must have not had any volume or something. I do have a volume minimum, but I didn't really see this one. There's the duo, guys. There is the duo. Yeah, this is Spinity. Oh, okay. This has got nothing to do with the AI. Okay, these are simulated trades that I put on. Okay, nothing to do with the AI. These are just discretionary trades, as we'll call them. Speaking of the AI, guys, though, keep an eye on the CALX tomorrow. CALX tomorrow. I mean, it was a nice alert from the AI this morning. A couple of strategies picked it right around that 67 mark, and it's an earnings play. You know, as I said, I think I did my video on this one today. You know, it could be a several day continuation on earnings. Could be. We don't know, of course, but this is what the AI looks like, Spinity. And in fact, so this is what it looks like. Okay, so you have this window called Strategy Trades All. You just wait for the alerts to happen. You have a suggested entry. You have a stop. How you trade them will be up to you. I don't know if you're a new subscriber. Are you a new subscriber to Trade Ideas or just new in general looking at this program for the first time? And Chris will be in the room in about 3 or 4 minutes, so he can certainly highlight a lot more. But this is what the AI looks like. Yeah, I don't. Chris may have that information. I don't know. Do you have our premium service? Okay, first of all, welcome both of you guys, Spinity and Watch Dealer. I'll be shutting down in a couple of minutes. Chris will be taking over for me in the YouTube room. He can certainly explain it a lot, but this is part of our premium service. And there he is. So I'm not trying to shirk my duties, but Chris is in the room now. Just give me a moment, Chris.
You got it. I'll swap the screen.
Down in the main room. Just give me one moment. Okay, guys, thanks a lot for all of the help as usual. Let me just get my script together. Close the room. Okay, I'm talking to the main room, of course. So the room will open tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. Have a great evening, and we'll see you then. Okay, so I've shut down the main room. Oh, Christopher, how are you?
We're plugging along here, having some chart issues again.
Yeah, it's funny. I've had no chart issues ever since I got rid of all docking, all my docked windows. I've had no chart issues. I've been able to click on alerts, even though I've got my simulator up and running, and the symbol's loading quickly again. So
Interesting.
all my charting issues went away.
So the docking it is. So, well, right now,
For me anyway.
If you look at my screen, I can't go back in time on an intraday chart. It'll show me today on a 15-minute chart. That's it.
Okay, so let me just look at a 15-minute chart. Oh, I see. So you can't scroll back.
No, on a 5-minute chart, This is as far back as I can go to right now.
How bizarre is that?
But I'm the only, nobody else is having this problem. At least, Steve is not, Andy is not, Michael is not, Bill is not,
Barry is not,
Barry is not,
Barry is not.
Julio is not, Dave is not. So I don't even know what to say anymore.
And that's obviously I know you've done this, but if you load a new 15-minute chart, it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter.
It doesn't. If I duplicate into a free floating window, bring that over, I can do, if I try to even scroll backwards in time, this is what happens. I just have nothing.
Wow. By the way, Spinity, yes, he'll be able to answer some questions.
Absolutely.
We're just sort of wrapping this up. Always an opportunity to talk to somebody I've never met before.
One of these days, Barry.
In person.
One of these days.
Maybe. You never know. You never know. All right, my friend. I'll let you. I'll go, and I'll let you take over.
Sounds good. And you enjoy the rest of your afternoon, my friend.
I will. Right.
Thanks, Chris. Take care, Barry. We'll see you tomorrow.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All right. So Barry making his way out, me making my way in, and Spinity. Fire away. Whatever. Nothing is off the table. Hopefully, it'll be either platform or trading related, not asking me what to buy or sell. But other than that, fire away some questions. Everybody and anybody, of course. I haven't done much on the day today, trading or anything else. I've been locked up in meetings the last couple of days trying to work something out with a prop firm. So my head's been kind of the grindstone on that. I am looking at this INDO right now, though, but there's just not enough volume here, I don't think, for me to really want to get involved. I feel kind of handicapped not having my charts right now. I can't, for whatever reason. I don't know. I give up. Anywho. As they say, moving along in life. Interested in the AI monthly performance since a few months. Can you tell me more about it? I mean, I can tell you, I know the page hasn't been updated in a while. I have asked for it to be updated several times. So that's all I can say there. I could tell you that, from, let me find it here. Let me bring over one of those pricing or AI pages here. I could tell you, looking at this here, this is the beginning of this year. You're looking at something that would look like this right now as far as the performance goes. You'd be looking at something kind of a slope like that right now, somewhere like that. Holly hasn't, if you just bought on the buys and you held to the end of each day, or got stopped out, whichever one, based on moderate, because it's based on moderate here, you'd be down on the year. So it just goes back to, human and machine. If, for anybody that's looking to just implement, press play on Holly and drop the kids at school, play a round of golf, stop at the bank, pick the kids up from school. It's just not what Holly's meant for. And that, that's as much as I can, the basis of elaborating on it. You'd have to go chart by chart to see things that were in the money. There's plenty of trades that were in the money for periods of time and just turned around, stopped out or reduced risk or, whatever it was, or finished kind of flat or finished well off of its high. So, today looks like an okay day, but let's take a look at something here that I always like to look at. So now you get a profit save on this here. And there goes my charts fixed. Okay. So, I don't have the, let me bring up the AI here. Show AI trades. So look, she exits real early here on this one. Doesn't even really give it a chance, right? And it runs kind of flat for the day and then pulls up, So, hindsight's 2020. Did she make the right call at the time? Who knows? Maybe she thought she did, but it ran close, ran kind of flat for a long time. And now we're starting to pull off or pull up right here, right? So, this is why I think being a trader and seeing these signals and making judgments on your own is the best call. Traded CALX twice, as a matter of fact. And so this early one here hit the target real early, right? And hitting the target and getting out wasn't the right idea either on this. Could have held on to it. So on the stop hit here, though, let's look at something that didn't work, period. So, got in it here and came down and stopped out and stayed below that stop. So it worked well here, worked well here. But would you have had a stop higher? Would you have had a stop lower? So, as far as I'm concerned, just blindly following Holly, not a great idea. Here's another one. Let's take a look at DV. Got out here. Looks like it was the right call here. Came down back towards that entry level. Reduce risk. So here we go. We reduced the risk here and looks like it's back in the money again. So it looks like it was a bad reduced risk on this one. So, those are the kind of things that where, the AI or Holly has to send out these levels and how it's going to manage the trade ahead of time. It's not in the trade and it decides, let me do this because the Fed released these minutes, or let me change this because there was an earthquake in Japan, or, Holly can't adjust on the fly like we can. So there's a catalyst here to start this trade, right? And there's, is that catalyst gone? The AI doesn't know whether it's gone or not. It just knows that this stock met the filters of whatever that scan was. So in this case, ANN, pull back long. The filters were met, and then the exit filters got met and it exited. And that's what it knows. Unfortunately, it doesn't have the control to think on its own yet. That kind of artificial intelligence is non-existent. And if you have more questions on it, let me know, of course. If I didn't elaborate what you were looking for, or there's more you want to know, or there's, whatever it is, let me know. And just give me 1 second here. I just want to adjust something on another chart of mine. Okay, and then let's see. Could I see your configuration for your relative strength from the open scanner? Absolutely. Let me open the top list so I can keep this running. But here's the top list configure, if you wanted to see that. And so this is what I'm doing here, and I'll even take a screenshot of this for you. And then I can open up the other stuff too, because I just can't have multiple configures open at the same time. So that's what that configure looks like. This is what I'm sorting on. I'm sorting on the change from open. That's where the relative strength from the open part comes in. Oh, why would you do that? Why can't I have both open at the same time? Well, that must be new. I'll have to figure that out. Used to be able to have multiple screenshots open at the same time. All right, well, that's what that configure part of it looks like anyways. And it's sorting on the change from open again right here. And then the actual race part of it is this right here. I got 10 lanes, 3-minute races because I like 15-minute charts. Sorting on a delta value on the change from open percent. which means that once the stocks are found and they're populated into the race, it's like they all start even. Now let's race them based on the change from open starting now, not what they've done prior, but what they're doing now. It's not what you've done for me in the past. It's what have you done for me lately kind of idea behind that. Last trade from Holly was at 10. No, 11. Well, all right, 11:46 for me. I'm guessing you're in Central Time. So yeah, that was the last time she made an entry. It looks like with that AAN, excuse me. Which, you know, in moderate, it's slightly up right now. But she took a loss on it technically. Your exit reason and your exit time are always, always, always going to be conservative mode. Excellent, Scott. Excellent. And again, as well with you, anybody that if you have more questions about it, Scott, please let me know. You know, I'll elaborate on any of that. I'll drop that out for now. And if you want that race, Scott, here, I'm happy to share that race. Relative strength from the open share. And then all the races that I have on my screen are the same. There's just one difference between them is a price, is how I set up the price on them. So the one that I showed is this has got $100 max, $2 minimum, $100 max. These two, they both have, well, let me bring that up over here. They both have $2 minimums, just like the other one does, but they have $30 maxes. And the other difference is this is showing top 10s. This is showing all winners. That's the other difference between them. So just a running list. I mean, I could change this into the running list as well. Right click, show all winners instead. You know, just give myself both views of it essentially. See what all the recent last winners were. SNTI. What are you doing? No, I don't think so. I'll just sit on my hands for now. No, there is no way to customize Market Explorer scans. It's a completely different server technology that, as of now, we don't have the ability to put out there like that. It's a very fragile server, to say the least. Perhaps in the future, but I could make no promises, guarantees, or give you any insight into that whatsoever. It's all well beyond my jurisdiction of trade ideas. We don't have a phone service, so this is going to be your best place, watch dealer, to get some questions answered for you. You know that, or you can come to our live support chat. Any plans to increase replay speed? Not that I'm aware of, Perfect Circle. I think that 6.5 minutes to run the day is what they're gonna keep for now. But again, when it comes to that dev stuff, they're always working on things. They don't tell us a lot of things because they don't want us running out and then giving that information out. And then all of a sudden we start getting all these emails. Oh, when's this happening? When's that happening? Because the devs just will never give us a timetable for anything ever. But yeah, watch dealer, you can come to our homepage. There's a live support chat. If you were to come to our homepage, let me duplicate, bring this over. This goes, you know, for anybody. If you go to our homepage and you go questions and answers between 9 a.m. Eastern and 4:30 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Eastern and 4:30 Eastern times. If you go to ask and chat, you can get into our live support chat and have it back and forth. 99.9% of the times you're getting me. You're not going to get me now because I'm here. So I don't answer chats this time of the day. But this is the best place because I can demonstrate things right on screen for you. Someone earlier today said, I look for uptrends and strength. How I look for strength? Uptrends easy. You look for that. With that's what the scanning's for. The strength alerts, my evening scan, things like that, or something you want to build. Here's another scan that I use for finding strength. I don't use it that much anymore, but first I'll share it here with everybody, and then I'll go over it. Use the scans to find things that are in an uptrend. And I see more questions are rolling in, so just give me a second, and I'll get to everything. But here's something that I created where configure, and I'm looking at stocks that are traded at least 1 million shares on the day between $8 and $50, relative volume of 1, and they're within 15% of their all-time highs, right? And so that's as much strength as you're going to find with anything. GPK, look at this chart. It's a fine looking chart right there. Monster day today. EXTR. From here, we still got to decide how we want to do this, how we want to play it, or if we even want to play it. But, this thing's sitting just, $1 off all-time highs right now. Not even $1 off all-time highs. GLPI, again, same thing here. So, just shared that in there. So that, those are the ways that I would play strength. That's how I'd find stocks in an uptrend. Stocks that are making all-time highs are going to be an uptrend, or near all-time highs are going to be an uptrend. How much of an uptrend do you want it to be? You base that off of, like I said, my evening scan is looking at things in a 20-day range. That's 75% off the low of 20 days. And those are the ways that I would, point to looking for that, Peter. And then of course, the Market Explorer here with the TI strength, going through these here. Now this thing's just kind of wild, but earnings play and all that. ASC, this thing's been on here for weeks, on and off for weeks. And, nice move again here today from it. It was on there all through here. Another one here. It's sitting at all-time highs. And since, it never suffered like the rest of the market did during the sell-off earlier in the year, had that sell-off, it recovered, and it never sold off again like the rest, So these are the things I'd be looking for, and they're right here in the scan. Where can I find a tutorial that shows you how the website works? I don't think we really have something on how the website works. I mean, I can go, what specifically on the website are you looking for? There's, our education tab here, there's all kinds of things inside here for the education tab. If you're looking to get into the traders room, I think these are the main spots that this is where the most traffic is in the website, enter the traders room like that. You give me some examples of things you want demonstrated, I'm happy to demonstrate those for you, of course. Chances are you can often build your own scans similar to the Market Explorer scans. Some stuff. I mean, I don't think you're not going to be able to do anything like this at support on 1 minute index or at resistance, or these support and resistances. You're definitely not going to be able to do these. The strat, there's no way you can do the strat. Not one of these can you do with the regular legacy tech. Money flow index you cannot do. MACD like this you can't do. These composites you couldn't do. This Bollinger Band squeeze, you'd need massive customs to do this. You can kind of do it with customs. 3-line strike, all these, you cannot do this with the regular software. Absolutely cannot do it with the regular software. The difference between this and the regular software is this has price and volume for every stock going back like 10 years or something like that. And you just, every single technical indicator is price and volume. Every single one of them is price and volume at its core. The legacy software doesn't have the ability, because we take in everything. It's not like when you look at this scan, how it's doing things. Not this one, sorry. When you look at this scan and how it's doing things, we're not buying this data from people like this. We take in price and volume and turn it into all these alerts and filters that exist. We digest that data and then put it back out to you so that you can just jump in and give these values and not have to program these things. And the difference between us and everybody else is that we can do it in real time. Nobody else can do it in real time. But every filter creates probably hundreds of billions of lines of data and code, and that's why there's limitations to what we can have as far as 500 data points is a lot, but there's some stuff you can replicate from the Market Explorer, but not, I'd say, less than 15% of it. Plugging along. Thoughts on SG? Who and what are you, SG? Long running range here. You're in the middle of no man's land, unfortunately. I mean, you got this long base here. You're kind of painting yourself into a corner. You'll need to resolve one way or the other. Food, services, drinking place. You're in the middle of this gap too. No edge, to be honest. I mean, the thing is just painting itself into a corner. It's obviously defended this level for a very long time now, going back months, and it's really just coiling down. So no necessary edge. Above 20, possibly a breakout. And if you break this level, the next level you see is 15, I would say. And then whatever that level is, and then whatever that level is. So those are your three levels moving down. 20 is your level to try to break out to the upside. So this 1630, 1650 level, that's everything to hold you up. 20 blocks you in. Above 20, then you're looking at 20, almost 23, and then you're looking at about 28. So those are your main levels above and below. Your levels above are 20, 23-ish, 28-ish. Your levels below are 1650-ish, 15-ish, and 10-ish. So those are the levels. Until it wants to pick a direction, it's a gamble at this point. Which way is it going to break? There's no way to know. But that's where I'd set price alerts for. Ask me how to use the main features. Well, for Holly, you'd go to new. Go to premium. This is for Watch Dealer. Go to new, go to premium AI strategy trades window, and that'll load up this window here for you. That's how you can see what Holly did. And there's a lot of data points. If you right click and you come to columns, there's a lot of data points you can see in here. And you can add or subtract those data points. This is the master list on the right. This is what you've selected on the left. You move things back and forth, left to right. Also, if you just want a little more on Holly for a video, here's this video that I did on Holly a couple of years ago. The only difference between what's in this video and what you see with Holly now is Holly used to be in 4 separate channels. We've since combined it. The only reason Holly was in 4 separate channels is because multiple people had a hand in making Holly and the newer strategies that came on and things like that. So it was kind of a way to separate it for the credit and things like that at that time. There's no difference in Holly other than the fact that any of the Hollies, other than the fact that strategies change. Pushing the spring is different than tailwind, which is different than breaking out long, which is different than on support. So that's a video on Holly. But as far as like Holly Neo and 2.0 and Grail goes, it's just different strategies. That's all. Different people made them. There's no difference. There's no like secret sauce behind one or something that's different secret sauce behind the others. The only other thing is Holly Neo likes higher relative volumes. That's literally it. There's nothing else. So that's a video on Holly that I did. And everything else is relative in there, or relevant and relative. Then also don't forget, we've got, go back to this here, asking about the site. On the education tab again, we've got our lovely user's guide. And if we come down here, there's sections about nearly everything you can think of on the user's guide within the software, including Holly. So you can see Holly here, and you can go down into who is Holly? What does Holly do? Where do I find Holly? Holly strategies, how to use Holly, why Holly, so on and so forth. So all that exists there within the user's guide. Also, the user's guide is fully searchable. So if we come back to the main user's guide page here, if I click on full table of contents, I can click on this magnifying glass, or maybe I can't click on it. There we go. And I can go linking. It gets me all these things about linking in here. Where do I want to link? So on and so forth. So you type whatever you're looking for in here as well with that. So, that's what I'm interpreting when you say by the site. Otherwise, I'm thinking if not, you're talking about, if you're talking about the software, that's different than the site. So this is what I'm going with by when you say, a tutorial on the site. And then also, if you have not watched yet, Watch Dealer, there's also our Getting Started series. It's a 30-minute series, and it is, I think, so very, very well done. It just starts covering a lot of the ins and outs and basics. What is an alert window? What is a topless window? Really basic stuff that it starts with. Baby steps. Download and install, first startup and login, the toolbar, which is this thing here, right click magic, because everything in Trade Ideas is a right click essentially, right? Different layout styles, intro to scanning, topless, alert windows, intro to charts. And then I think once you kind of got this part down, that's where the user's guide will become much more helpful to you, because you can say, all right, I got the basics of that. Now let me dive into some nitty gritties with alert windows, or, I want to know more on the filters and alerts or indicators and, things like that. You got to watch Dealer. You got it. All right. Glad we can get that for you. I'm looking at RSI divergence on 2 and 5 minutes. Yeah. At the moment we've got just the daily on RSI divergences. You can always throw in a request to support trade-ideas.com. Not promise on what can or cannot be done with the scans that go into the Market Explorer. But as they always say, squeaky wheel gets the grease, that kind of thing. And long, short. And I know Michael Anthony put something here. NOK. I'm going to assume, like always, we're in a downtrend. No, it's a 4 billion float stock that hasn't gone anywhere in 30 years. So I don't see any reason why today or this week is the week ago. Look at this. Going back to 2016, the stock has literally gone nowhere. No, hold on. No point in even looking at that chart. Sorry. San Juan Trust, SJT, right? That's San Juan Trust, right? Yeah. This one, a little different. Got a decent uptrend here. I've been seeing this chart a lot lately. I'm not going to do anything with it, but it's obviously established a nice level here that it's defending. It fought around this area, popped under it, popped over it, popped under it, and fighting with it again. I think holding this level and the market continues to bounce, you can see some positive price action. $12 is going to be an issue for you. $11 is going to be an issue for you. $13 is going to be an issue for you. $14 is going to be an issue for you. and it'll go just that same way to the reverse side here as well. But much nicer, more positive, more constructive chart. SJT here, I would say. Not a big float, so if for some reason it had some huge interest generated in it, it could do some things. I'll also note, though, that this thing likes to take the windy staircase up, and it takes an empty elevator shaft down, from March to June to get up to here, and it lost that all in less than half a month. So you're talking 1, 2, 3, 4 months of gains lost in about a week. So I would keep that in mind with stock like this as well, that, you can have a lot of time and money invested into this, not get a ton of return. And if you don't take that money, just like that, gone. So that's what I could say on SJT. I literally just did them, Michael Anthony. Literally just went through them. NOK is there's nothing. NOK has never moved in its price. It's a 4 billion float stock. There's just nothing there. There's nothing tradable there. It's not a tradable stock as far as I'm concerned. If you're looking for investment ideas, it's way out of my realm. And I just covered SJT, so hopefully you heard that. Where we go to see TI winners watchers, I can't find that on the channel bar. Here, I've got that in my, I don't know where it lives, but I have a link to it. So share, copy, paste. So that's that winner's watcher for you there, Peter. And then again, yeah, Peter, as far as, finding strength and trends, the market, I think strength alerts, this scan that I just shared there, let me know if you got that link for that, the position lifetime range, and, the My Evening scan. I think those are the top ones to be looking at. And let me know if you have, I believe you have all those, but let me know if for some reason you don't have them, and I'll share those links again with you. But those are where I look, and then from there you gotta make the trader decisions. What's the end? If I want to enter this, what's the level I want to enter? Why is it that level? If I'm wrong, what's the exit? What do I exit on if I'm wrong? And why do I exit there if I'm wrong? If I'm right, where do I exit, and why do I exit there if I'm right? Those questions to ask yourself from there. Looking at any one of these scans, scan will point you in the direction, and trading plan will help you make the move from there. Well, so I'm guessing the market sold off here at the end of the day. Must have. No, not really. See a bunch of charts that have this as the last 15-minute candle, which was kind of a bummer. Yeah, not crazy about that close. All right, fair enough. Okay, get rid of that AI trades. Excellent, excellent, Peter. I like to hear that. So here's something, it's been on My Evening scan again, but, today couldn't really do much. Rejected off that 15 level. The same thing here. I still like this chart, though. But Michael Anthony, a dividend has, if there was a way to put less than 0% influence on my trading for something, I would give it less than 0% influence on my trading. Again, you're talking about investment stuff. It's just not what I do. It would be impossible for me to care less if a stock has a dividend. It's not possible for me to care less, at least when it comes to trading. All right, well, that's it on the market here. SPY. Another big day from the SPY. 3 real big up days in a row. Boy, we really, got a good launch here going. I don't think 400's out of the realm of possibility here over the next, 5, 6, 7 trading days. I also don't think that 350 is out of the realm over the next 5, 6, 7 trading days. So, I maintain neutral. I maintain hopeful to the bullish side. It would be nice. It would be nice if that was the bottom. Like I said, I'm looking to start to add things to my retirement now, and so I'm doing that. And if I'm wrong, I'll get out of those things, and if I'm right, I'll stay in them for the trading plan. That's it. That's all you can do, right? So, again, anybody with questions, please do fire those away for me. As is the saying, I cannot answer the questions that are not asked. Excellent. Good to know, Peter. I've never used it before, but someone asked me prior a couple of months ago, and I did some digging and research and was able to get it from someone. So Google Miss Big, huh? GOOGL. Ouch. Well done. Okay, well, I mean, that's not that bad. It's down 3% right now, 3.5%. So it's a big red candle, but all things being equal, first move down, we'll see what happens from there. Do I have a post-market scan race similar to pre-market scan? I do. I don't use it, but I created something that's I think it'll work all right in the post-market. I mean, you're of course always welcome to modify POST. Post-market racing, share, copy. Paste and send. There you go. So you take that there and see what you think. And like I said, you can modify anything you want in it. We'll see what happens here with this. You got it. My pleasure. My pleasure. And again, anybody with questions, please, fire those away for me. I guess Microsoft beat. So let's we're in earnings. Let's bring up my earnings scan here. Earnings posting. So all right, there's Microsoft. So kind of a mixed bag right now. Google we just discussed. That's Class A of the stock on Google. So all the same here. Verizon, Visa, excuse me, Visa. So it looks like the street so far likes what Visa has to say. Coca-Cola, street liked Coca-Cola this morning, I believe. Yeah, Coca-Cola finished modestly up, 2%. Novartis, street like that this morning. Ups, street did not like ups. Leading into today. Kind of a mute reaction here in the post market so far. GE, that still exists. I thought they were gone. They should be gone. God awful chart. It'd be hard to find a worse looking chart than GE over the last 30 years. Anyways, with that said, GM, looks like the street like GM. So far it looks like it's not too shabby of an earnings season at this point. Oh yeah, no worries, Jamie. I'll share that with you. It's just something I created. Let me find a cloud link for it, and I'll go over what I did in it. Oops, it'd be good if I can type right. That's earnings, posting, share, copy, and paste. Off it goes. Oh, hot girls here. That's great. Thank you so much. Man, these freaking spam bots are so annoying. So what I did with this here is I just I said show me stocks that had earnings either this morning or this afternoon, and then I'm sorting on market cap, and that's all. So whatever's got the biggest market caps, that's what's going to show at the top. And then the color sort is still based on change from close. So if they're up or down from the close, essentially. So the display sort and the server sort are market cap, and the color sort is just based on if they're up or down from the previous day's close. So minus 3.5% here. We're in that red. Kind of a light green. We're slightly up from yesterday's close. Darker green. We're up pretty good from yesterday's close type of theme that I got. Really, really dark green, really up from yesterday's close. On that there. So that's what we've done there, or that's what I've done there. So morning means 0.25 and afternoon is 0.75. It's like the most confusing filter in the world, to be honest. I still have trouble with it, to be honest. So if it's one of those things you're struggling with, send us an email if you're what you're trying to find, and we'll definitely help with that. You are very welcome, Jamie. Michael Anthony, I haven't looked at Solars in a minute. Tan, what are you doing, Tan? Now, Solars were holding well for a while, and they came undone. Get rid of post market for the moment here. Yeah, 0.75 would be today's afternoon, and 0.25 is today's morning. So it's weird. Let me duplicate this. And then we'll look at Tan real quick. So when we go into the filter itself, if I were to click on the show me function, if I put for example, minus 0.25 here now, and see how it changes that. So right now it says stocks will be reported between 12 a.m. this morning. Right, so if I put a minus 0.25 here, I forget what that does. Okay, so show me stocks where the earnings will be reported no more than 0.75 days after midnight tonight, meaning no more than this afternoon, and show me stocks where earnings were reported no more than 0.25 days of 11:59 p.m. last night. And also show me where the earnings were reported exactly at midnight this morning. So by sticking in those values, I mean, you could put whatever number in here, but it's going to play off this 0.25 and 0.75 numbers for essentially before and after midnight. Like I said, it's weird. It's just a weird filter. It's weird how it's calculated. TAN, I don't know if TAN's ready to go or not. I mean, you know, had all this time, it held up here, and then sold off like everything else, and it was down here in this range, came up out of this range for a while. Now it's coming back down towards the lower end of that range again. So I don't know. TAN looks kind of weak to me. And TAN's not rallying like the rest of the market has, right? TAN is the laggard. You know, let's put up, love my compare charts, right? So, you know, let's look at TAN versus the SPY. You know, TAN was holding up well, came underneath for a while, came back above, and now TAN's underperforming the SPY again. So we'll see if it can play catch up or not. But technically, it's still in a downtrend. Look, TAN is still in a downtrend here or a downtrend there, whatever you want to call it. And SPY is in an uptrend here, right? So SPY is in an uptrend, TAN is in a downtrend recently. They are diverging. SPWR. That have earnings? SPWR. No earnings, but yeah, good move today. 9 and 9 2/3% basically on the day. Good move on the day. I don't know if it'll be sustainable. I would say this looks pretty close to solar stocks charts. Just today it happens to look good, where TAN actually doesn't look this good today. But, you know, like TAN had that big run up, and then we hit this range for a while. Then that range should drop down to this lower range. We popped out of that lower range, and we dropped back down in that lower range again and moved down on that side. So day trading vehicle, yeah, I don't know about, you know, I don't know about anything long-term on that right now. And it always goes back to, you know, what do you see on the chart? For me, you know, I don't see anything that interests me here long-term on it. That doesn't mean it can't happen, just not what I'm interpreting. Sherwin-Williams. Don't they, speaking of dividends, don't they increase their dividend like every year for the last 100 million years or something like that? Stock is wicked beaten up. Wicked beaten up. Interesting. Interesting. Street says GM making a ton of money with gasoline trucks and SUVs. That surprises me, to be honest, but thank you, Peter, for popping that in. Why does that surprise me? It surprises me because gas is, you know, still pretty high. I mean, I know it's well off where it was last summer, this past summer, but I mean, it's still pretty freaking high. I mean, it's high enough that, you know, I know people that have really curbed their driving to this point. They haven't changed any of that yet. I know a few people, I know a few families that, you know, they went from 2 vehicles to 1 vehicle even. So, you know, well, you know how I feel about stocks in a downtrend. So you can call it oversold or whatever, but it's just a downtrend as far as I'm concerned. You know. do not buy stocks in downtrends. Day trade is completely different than, you know, what I do with my long-term accounts. So there's nothing on this earth outside of someone putting a gun to my head that would have me buy the stock right now. Not a thing. You know, the whole market was up today. Literally the whole market was up today. So, you know, the market has been bouncing for almost 2 weeks now, and this thing has been falling for 2 weeks. So there's literally no reason to buy this stock as far as I'm concerned. But like I said, someone else is going to see it completely different than me. But, you know, just take a look here. Going down, going up. Why would I buy this instead of buying that? I'm going to buy something that's, you know, going to be market tied, because run is tied to the market. I can't, there's no logical reason for me to buy that stock. And just for fun, daily chart on the last couple of days. Let's line that all up. Going up, going down. It just doesn't make any sense for me to buy a stock going down. I don't, there's no reason for me to do that. Too many stocks going up. What kind of race for post-market earnings? That shows winners and losers in the same race. Is there such a thing? I mean, you can make something on that, you know. Duplicate this here, and we can modify it so it's only post-market earnings. So configure, but then you're just really limiting yourself on stocks. I mean, you're super limiting yourself. But we could do that window-specific filter. We can make this 0.75. So now it's only going to show stocks with earnings this afternoon. We'll leave no anything on it. Let's sort. Let's see. Let's go with post-market. Changing the post-market percent. Let's sort by that. The ones that are up the most in the post-market. All right. So there's that. So after. We'll call it AFTR, after hours earnings race. All right. And then we'll come to launch real-time stock race. And then show race setup. I guess let's go. I still think we should do change from open percent on a delta value. And that would be it. We could always adjust any of this. And here you go, Chipotle. What are you doing, Chipotle? So off to the races. So here, I'll show this out. I mean, I don't know that there's a lot of short coverings. The couple of people that I interact with that are like mega bears, they covered long ago because they felt like they want to take a victory lap. So there's a couple of quote unquote mega bears that I talked to. They did a lot of covering here actually. And then they didn't really short on this again. They kind of left themselves, they've left themselves with some long exposure, actually, a couple of the mega bears that I know. A few of them are just kind of sitting and waiting to see what happens now because, of course, they don't believe this rally. So they're going to wait. You know, they're actually waiting for like a 400 breach or so to come back in short. Or at least this is what they tell me. You know, I don't look at their brokerage account, so I can't, you know, confirm that. You know, they're pretty decent people, so I'll take them at their word. But a couple of, like I said, the couple of mega bears that I know, they covered in this area in here after this last down move here, and they've a lot of them have either been sitting out since here, or some of them got long actually in here and held through this. There's about I'll call it 5 people, but we could call it 7 people, but I don't, 2 of them I don't interact with that much. I just kind of follow them and see what they're saying. The other ones I actually talk to. So, so buttons, yeah. I don't think anybody, anybody that was short the market, I don't think they're gonna, you probably have some people that are going to get squeezed out, but I think a lot of them are smart enough to know that this kind of stuff happens in bear markets. So don't be greedy on the downside. Bear markets don't trend the way that bull markets trend. They're much more volatile and difficult. Oof. That's a heck of a move there. So, yeah, there we are. There you have it, sports fans. Yeah, I mean, look, here with Party, I mean, for those that have the ability that want to play a lottery ticket, I mean, look, it can only drop another $1.80, right? Before zero. I'm pretty sure this can't trade negatively like oil did. So anything is possible. So, I mean, someone wanted to punch a lottery ticket and they had a real belief in it. I don't know, they wanted to take 500 shares or 1,000, whatever they're willing to risk, what's 1,000 shares is, $1,800 on this thing. There's plenty of people that have lost more than that on a single trade. So, it's not something I'd advocate. I would never trade like that. But again, I've known some people that trade like that and they've done okay, but they have their risk management tools involved still. They're not just punching lottery tickets. They just, that's kind of their strategy in a sense, though. They believe that at some point that pain's got to end. The company's not going to go broke. I don't know if Party City going to go broke. I have no idea. But yeah, not my strategy, but doesn't mean it's not. Just because it's not for me doesn't mean it's not for everybody. Left lane, this race will only work for stocks reporting in the afternoon, is the way I set it up. The other earnings window that I shared will show any stock that reported earnings today, period. TI should not be crashing regularly. We had the exception errors that were going on for some people, but that was fixed in our latest beta. So you should not be seeing a crash anymore. And if you are, please send us an email and and support files. There will be a new beta released. I'm guessing tomorrow or later today. There'll be a new beta. We're on right now 5.6.21, and I believe 5.6.24 will be released as a beta within the next 24 hours. It could be 5 minutes from now. It could be 23 hours and 59 minutes from now. Again, I don't get to know these things. So, but anybody that's not on the latest beta, I would highly recommend being on it. Here, I'll drop a link to it here. There you go. No, that's a biggie for us there, Jonathan. If you're crashing, we'd like to know why. You know, if it's on our end, we want to figure it out and remedy it. I don't know which version you're on. If you go to help and about, that'll tell you what version. If you're on 5.6.4 all the way up to 5.6.19, there was an exception that kept happening to people. It had to do with a null value and topless or something like that. Again, all dev speak that I don't really know, but that was addressed in this beta that we'd put out. So if you go to help and about, you want to see 5.6.21. If you don't see 5.6.21 there, download what I just shared there from that Dropbox. And go ahead and install that. And that should get you sorted. And if not, then the next time you crash, we're going to want support files from you and tell us if in as much detail as what was going on. Do I think it will? No, I don't think it will. Is it possible? Sure, why not? There's nothing that leads me to believe it will. When you have a stock that's under $2, every 10 cents is a struggle for it. So 180 is going to be a struggle. 190 is going to be a struggle. $2 is going to be a struggle. 210 is going to be a struggle. That doesn't mean it will struggle at every one of those, but every one of those holds the potential for it to struggle. So there's nothing, literally nothing, that says, hey, this stock's going to 260. Like I said, it very well may. But I don't see anything that'll be there. So that chart issue has nothing to do with the beta. There is a problem that has to do with, it's so complicated for me to, I sat in the dev meeting today. There's a problem with a chart request from some individuals that they're using an indicator that for some reason is crashing out certain servers of ours. And when they jump from server to server, it starts affecting multiple users. And we think we have the fix for it. We've implemented it, but we're still waiting. We have to do some kind of restart on our end to make sure that that fix takes place. So what you're seeing with the charts where they weren't loading is it's not related to the software itself. It's a server side issue, actually. So I don't know. Our fingers are crossed that that won't be happening again tomorrow. But again, outside of my expertise. So that part of it is something different, Jonathan, than the software itself. So that's that. So all right. 4:30, that's going to wrap it up for me on the day today. Tomorrow's Wednesday. Barry will have this open as usual around 9 o'clock Eastern, give or take. Mr. Jamie Hodge will be here at noon Eastern for about an hour. Back over to Barry at 1 o'clock Eastern. Back over to me at 3:30 Eastern tomorrow. Enjoy the bounce right now, right? We got a nice bounce going on. Is it going to go into tomorrow? I have no idea. Let's see why not. So far, earnings have seemed to be okay. There's been nothing so shockingly bad in earnings right now. I think expectations were low. I think we're coming in within those expectations or slightly above for most, not all stocks, of course. So, I think we continue to bounce a little bit. That's what I'm leaning towards. If we roll over, we roll over. That's all there is to it, So that's that. My pleasure, Jonathan. You got it. So, all right. With that said, as always, I thank you all very, very kindly for all your questions, comments, and the interactions. All about that community here. And I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your Tuesday on the spinning globe we call Earth. We'll catch you tomorrow, folks. Take care.